Hey, good morning. Marla, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. When we start, actually,
Yeah, I think it's time.
Okay, I need to set up something. Okay, I think I'll move it. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, Anis asked me to chair this session. Okay. All right. Okay. So, good morning. Maybe good afternoon or good evening, everybody. Okay. So, this is the gravitational wave, the workshop, and this year, and we're gonna start. Okay, let's get started. And sorry, I need to start recording. Just a moment, the record on this computer. Okay, the first act, thank you for the opening talk, and we have the John Ellis, and hi John, and can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
John. Okay, so yeah, now we are ready. Yeah, please, yeah. Okay, so please start.
Okay, so hello everybody. I've just been asked to say a few words of introduction to this workshop, which, as you probably know, is the second in a series that we started last year. And the focus is on gravitational waves as probes of possible physics beyond the standard model. So, I think we all agree that the discovery of gravitational waves 6 years ago was a fantastic discovery, and that it opens a new window on many aspects of astrophysics. But I think what we also hope is that this will also open a window on new physics, not just astrophysics. And of course, there have already been some examples of probes of new physics which have been done using gravitational waves. So, for example, the LIGO and Virgo collaborations have published limits on the graviton mass. They've also published analyses limiting the amounts of Lorentz violation and propagation of gravitational waves. There's also been some first attempts to use the sources of gravitational waves as standard candles that will enable us to measure cosmological parameters and hopefully cast some light on the Hubble tension, which is at the moment very much agitating astrophysicists and cosmologists. So that's all fine, but I think we're all hoping that other aspects of beyond the standard model physics might be revealed by gravitational waves. And so that's what we've tried to focus on in this workshop. So today we're going to have a session on topological defects. And here, for example, there's been discussion of the possibility that cosmic strings might already have shown themselves in the signals coming from pulsar timing arrays. So it's just one example. I think topological defects generally are a promising area for the future. One of the most promising areas may be phase transitions. So, of course, we know that in the standard model, both the QCD phase transition and the electroweak phase transition are not strongly first order. They're probably crossovers. But there could very well be other phase transitions, and they could provide interesting signals in gravitational waves via stochastic background. So this is a topic on which there's been a lot of work, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about the prospects for detecting gravitational waves. from first order phase transitions. Another topic which has excited a lot of interest is the connection with inflation and primordial black hole production. So there's several puzzling features of the black holes that have been observed merging. And so there's been a lot of speculation as to whether at least some of them might have been produced primordially, i.e. not by astrophysical processes. And this is something that we will also be hearing about. So there's lots of interesting possible signatures of physics beyond the standard model to be looking out for. And on the last day, we will review various different gravitational wave detectors and hopefully discuss some of the prospects that they have for detecting physics beyond the standard model. So that's pretty much all that I wanted to say. I think that, one thing I forgot, quantum gravity. I'm not sure whether quantum gravity counts as physics beyond the standard model, but that's certainly something that we hope we might see some signatures of in gravitational waves. It seems rather a distant prospect at the current time, but let's keep our eyes open. Okay, so that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I think I should thank all the organizers of the meeting. I think I also figure somewhere as an organizer, but I'm more of a figurehead rather than an active organizer. So I think that credit should go to the real organizers. Anyway, I think that's all I wanted to say. So I will hand the microphone back to Nobuchika, and he can chair the session. So looking forward to a great meeting.
Right, thank you very much, John. Okay, so yeah, thank you very much. So now they are, well, okay, so we start the session, and the first speaker is Miley. And Miley, are you there? Oh yeah, here. Yeah, I think you can share screen. Do share screen.
I'm trying to share my screen.
Does
it work?
Not yet.
I see.
Okay, I'll make you a co-host. I think that anybody can share screen, but okay, could you try that again?
Again, I cannot. I have to allow for possibility to share my screen. This I don't understand that.
I think you can. Let me see. Oh, you got it. So, did you get a message?
No, it tells me to go to system preference, allow to share my screen. I always did that. I don't know what's going on.
I think you were co-host. Now you are co-host. I think you can share.
Right, but this is a message from the system, not from Zoom itself, right?
When I try to do that, I see advanced sharing options.
And if you just try to share one window instead of the whole screen, that's also possible. Just choose a program. At least it should be. When you click the share button, there should be a whole bunch of options showing all the windows you have open at the moment.
Yeah, I don't have that. You see, I tried share screen, and the only thing it tells me who can share the screen.
Let's see. Yeah, my Zoom setup, the all participants can share. Let's see. What's the way?
Okay, so either to Marek or me, we can share the screen and then
I
you
can try to connect my phone.
Mm.
My desktop does not allow for some reason. Do you see anything from my side?
No.
maybe you can send the slides to either Marek or me, and then we can share the screen.
Yeah, that's one way.
Let me try to send you the PDF because it can be that
Okay.
the email, the PowerPoint, I don't know how it shows in your. Let me try to send you that. How do I send it? Give me a second. No, the file is too large, it cannot be sent.
You can send me via Skype maybe, because in
By
Skype,
what? What?
via Skype.
By Skype.
Mhm.
I don't know your. Okay, let me try to send you via Skype.
Or maybe to me. For sure we've been Skyping.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have yours. Let me try to see if I can send it via Skype. Okay. I have. You should have received it, I think now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
So now,
Yes. Now, do you see? You should be able to see my screen.
yes, we are.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So let me first start by thanking the organizers for the invitation. So I was asked to talk about cosmic strings and primordial black holes. So I'm talking about cosmic strings and primordial black holes in the era of gravitational wave astronomy. So the next slide, please. Okay, so indeed, as John said before, gravitational waves offer us a very novel and powerful way in order to be able to test early universe cosmology and particle physics beyond the standard model in a pretty good and way. It's something pretty new. So what I would like to do is to start by discussing the case of cosmic strings and how we can get constraints on the only three parameter of the model, which is the tension of the strings. And I'm going to report on the results that we had during the third observing run, the latest run of the LIGO Virgo Kagra collaboration. And then I would like to comment on the non-linear gravitational memory from cusps and kinks on cosmic strings. And I will highlight whether this puts any kind of implications for the constraints on the tension that we can get from the burst and the stochastic search. And then I will move for primordial black holes. And I'm going to ask the question of whether the coalescing binary black hole leading to the gravitational waves that have been detected by the advanced LIGO and Virgo are or could be of primordial rather than astrophysical origin. And finally, I will try to make a connection between cosmic strings and primordial black holes. And I would like to present a possibility that cusp on cosmic string can collapse and can form a primordial black hole with some characteristics on the mass and the spin, which actually that would imply that it might be that they offer a smoking gun observational signature of cosmic strings. So let us start. The next slide, please. Okay, so as you know, the universe expands and the temperature drops, so it undergoes a series of phase transitions, which are followed by symmetries which are spontaneously broken. And in this process, some kind of topological defects may be formed as relics of the previous more symmetric phase of the universe. Long ago, we have seen that in the context of grand unified theories, then pretty generically, cosmic strings are formed. We break a Yuan symmetry, we study the homotopy group of the false vacuum, and you see that cosmic strings can be pretty generically formed. So these objects actually, they move, they intersect, they exchange partners, and they can form in this process loops. Now these loops, they oscillate periodically with a period which is proportional to the length of the loop, and that in this way they emit gravitational waves as multiples of the fundamental frequency, which is inversely proportional to the length of the loop. That implies that loops, they have a finite size and a lifetime that is proportional to the length and inversely proportional to the tension, which is usually given in terms of this dimensional parameter G mu, which actually goes like the square of the temperature of the phase transition at which strings were formed. So G mu is very characteristic quantity because it can give us the scale at which some new physics can happen. Now, as the strings, they move and they intersect with other strings and they exchange partners, they can form some discontinuities, which we call them kinks. The kink propagate along the string, so we can have collision between two kinks. And in addition, there are points on the string that instantaneously they move at the speed of light, and we call them cusps. Now, from these kind of locations, we expect an enhanced radiation and gravitational waves. The radiation from cusps is beamed in forward direction of the cusp. The kinks, they propagate around the string and they create gravitational waves with a kind of fan-like emission, like a lighthouse. And the kink collisions, they form gravitational waves, they radiate gravitational waves isotropically. Now, in addition to this distinct individual bursts that we can have, then the incoherent superposition of weaker gravitational waves burst coming from cosmic strings over the entire history of the universe, they can produce what we call a stochastic gravitational waves background, which is strongly non-Gaussian. Can we go? And here I show you in a Fourier space, it's tilde, the frequency dependence of the strain for the three cases, the cusp, the kink, and the kink-kink collisions. It goes like frequency to the -4/3, -5/3, and -2 for the three cases of cusps, kink, and kink-kink collisions. Can we go to the next slide, please? So let us study the gravitational waves from cosmic string loops. Let me consider that I have a loop of length L. Sorry, now my mouse doesn't work from here, so I cannot show you, but you can see the length L at a redshift Z and frequency F. So here I show you the strain and this frequency dependence. It will have a different value, as I said before, depending if we talk for cusps, which I denote by C, the kinks by K, and king-king collisions by KK. Now, A is the signal amplitude, and you can see in the second formula how it depends on the G mu. Then we have in the denominator a 1 plus Z, because the best is going to be redshifted. And then you have the small r, which is the co-moving distance to the loop. And in the subsequent formula in blue, I give the best rate integrated over all the loop sizes. So now I moved from the loop length L to a dimensionless loop size gamma L over T. Now this quantity phi with the subscript V in front of the integral is just a quantity, a parameter, a function which actually give us the cosmology, is the way that one can write how the proper volume depends on the redshift and the Hubble constant. This capital delta I is the fact that only a fraction of best events can be actually directed due to the beamed emission with respect to the 4 pi solid angle. The n is the average of gravitational wave burst events, and this the capital N, and the small n is actually the number of loops per unit loop size gamma and per unit redshift Z. And this is the quantity that is going to be delivered by the numerical simulations. And as you can see on the left, I give a snapshot. You have these very long strings, and then you have all these small loops. This comes from the model B, which I have denoted here. So we have 3 models that we have considered in the LIGO-Virgo-Kagra collaboration. The model A, where the number of long-lived non-self-intersecting loops of an invariant length L per unit volume and per unit time is directly provided by Nambu-Goto simulations. In the model B, this is based on a different Nambu-Goto simulation. Here, the distribution of the non-self-intersecting scaling loops is actually the extracted quantity. Loops here are formed at all different sizes, and they follow a power law kind of behavior. And the scaling loop distribution is actually cut off on small scales by gravitational back reaction. The difference between models B and A is that in model B, it is found that you will have many more tiny loops which are going to be formed, and this has actually consequences for the gravitational wave radiation. The model C is an analytical model which tries actually to interpolate between models A and B and does not rely to any specific numerical simulation. So these are the 3 models that we have studied for the best and the stochastic analysis of the LIGO-Virgo collaboration. Can we go in the next slide, please? So the gravitational wave of the string loops, it is given in terms of this quantity gamma and the G mu, as you can see here, the G mu squared. This gamma, capital gamma, is a dimensionless constant which is going to drive the loop size evolution. And you will have a contribution to the power of gravitational waves, capital P, which is given from the 3 kind of components, the cusps, the kink, and the king-king collisions. Now, we have considered that there is only one cusp. I'm going to tell you what it implies if we consider more than one cusps, and we have studied several kinks, 1 up to 200. In the large limit of number of kinks, then the king-king collisions goes like nk squared over 4. We have this parameter delta because the gravitational wave function cannot be smaller than the fundamental frequency of the loop. And in addition, there is another condition which comes from the fact that we have this beam opening angle. So the energy density of gravitational waves, omega GW, you see at the end, it is actually the sum of when you integrate the rate of the burst over the whole history of the universe. So that's why I have the redshift from 0 to infinity. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so here what I saw, given the gravitational wave energy density that I gave before and the expected rate of events, I can give you the omega GW for the cases that we have the model A on the model A, B, and C. A and B are on the top, C is on the bottom, depending on the number of kinks. So as you can see on the top, we have 100 kinks, and on the bottom, we have on the left 1 kink, and on the right 100 kinks. So clearly, from the way that you have the form of the strain, you can see that if there is just 1 kink, then the cusps are going to win, and that exactly you see on the bottom, on the left panel, where you have this pinkish kind of curve that represent cusps to be above the kink and the kink. However, if you increase the number of kinks, like if you see now the top panels, then you can see that the kink is the one that is going to actually win and give the bigger contribution of the omega GW. Can we go to the next slide, please? So now I report on the best search. So what exactly are we doing? Actually, to do the best search, there are 3 steps that were followed. First of all, we're going to carry out what we call a matched filter search with the cosmic string waveforms that I gave before. Then the candidates which are going to come up from this kind of search are going to be filtered in order to use only the ones for which we have a detection of more than 1 detector. So 2 or 3, we have the 2 LIGO and the Virgo one. And then we're going to take double and triple coincidence events, which we are going to rank them with a likelihood function, capital lambda it is denoted here, which depends on a set of parameters in order to discriminate whether we have a true signal or whether we have a noise. So what actually we do in order to discriminate an astrophysical signal from a background contamination and noise, we apply a method which is going to use a set of simulated cosmic string events and some typical noise events, and we are going to statistically infer the probability for a coincident effect to be signal or to be noise. So here in this plot, we show the cumulative distribution of cosmic string burst candidate effects from cusps on the top, kink in the middle, and kink at the bottom. The expected distribution from the background noise are represented by this kind of shaded pinkish, bluish, and red, and green areas. Now, the candidate events for which there was no time shift are all compatible with noise at the 2 sigma level. In other words, we have not found any kind of candidate from the best set. From this kind of no-detection result, can we go to the next slide, please? From this non-detection result, we're able to measure what is the sensitivity of our detectors to cosmic string signals by performing best search analysis over the O3, the third observing run data, with injections of simulated cusps, kink, and kink waveforms. Now, here in this plot, I saw the detection efficiency epsilon as a function of the signal amplitude. And we assume that the occurrence of a detectable burst events is going to be given by a Poisson statistics with mean, which is given by the estimated detection rate. Now, once we set the parameters of the string tension and the number of kinks, then models which are going to predict a detection rate which is bigger than 2.9 over the observing time, these are excluded at 95%. The observing time that we have considered is 273.5 days of data that is the time during which at least 2 of our detectors, they were operational, which means that we exclude models for which the probability of non-detection is smaller than about 5%. Next slide, please. Then we do the stochastic search. So because the gravitational wave background was considered to be of a cosmological origin, then it has been customary to express it in terms of a dimensionless parameter in the same way that we use for the cosmological parameters. So it's the energy density of gravitational waves in a logarithmic interval of frequency and normalized by the critical energy density. You see this omega g tau. Now, usually, the gravitational wave background, it has a power law dependence on the frequency, and the value of this power law, this alpha, depends on what is the source. For instance, if you take compact binaries and you write out the quadrupole formula, then it is 2/3. For phase transitions, it's a broken power law. For cosmic strings, if you take the large limit of the frequency, in other words, if we take cosmic strings for the range of our LIGO Virgo detectors, then it's almost flat. And then the constraint is what I've given here, 5.8 times to the minus 9. However, in our analysis, we did not take this flat background, but we performed a Bayesian analysis taking exactly what should be the particular shape that we are going to have for the contribution of cosmic strings to the stochastic background. And here in the first bluish formula, you can see the log likelihood function, assuming that we have a noise with a Gaussian distribution. So given that, as you probably know, the stochastic background is always taken by cross-correlating the outcome of 2 detectors, this C capital Ij, it is the frequency-dependent cross-correlator estimator for the detectors Ij, and the variance of that is the sigma square, and this omega GW with an upper script m is what actually we calculate from the particular cosmic string models, given the tension G mu and the number of kinks nk. In order to do a Bayesian analysis, we need to specify priors for the parameters G mu and nk, which I give here. We have a log uniform prior for the tension of the string between 10 to the minus 18, 10 to the minus 6. 10 to the minus 6 corresponds to the GATT scale strings, which are already excluded from CMB. And then for the number of kinks, we take a delta function for each value of nk. So the number, the posterior on the parameter G mu is then obtained by using the Bayes theorem. And finally, what we have is here at the bottom, we have at the 95% confidence level, a constraint on the parameter of the string tension G mu. Can we go to the next slide, please? So here you can see for the models A, B, and the 2 variants of model C, the constraint which we can put on the string tension G mu. So for instance, for the models B and model C, the constraint which we have is the strongest one, which I think it existed at least at that time in the literature, 10 to the minus 15. Now, as I said before, we have fixed one kink, one cusp. So now the question is, what is going to happen if we increase the number of cusps? If we increase the number of cusps, then the decay constant is going to increase, and that means that the lifetime of the loop is going to go down. So the effect of that on the constraints I just report here is for model A, the constraints are going to be weakened. For the model B and the variants of the model C we have considered, the bounds remain insensitive. Can we go to the next slide, please? Then I would like here to just in this slide to show what it really means. For which energy scale are we talking about? So here you can see for which energy scale we're talking about when we give 10 to the minus 15 and so on. So as a matter of fact, this is indeed beyond current kind of accelerator constraints that we can put on beyond the standard model particle physics. And this is important because these objects could have been formed at the end of, for instance, hybrid inflation. And then, of course, there is a constraint on what energy scale inflation could or should be if one wanted that plays a role in just, curing the standard Big Bang model for some of its pathologies. So now in the fourth observing ground that soon is going to start, we're going to go again with the same kind of models and see what constraints we can put. Can Lisa do better? Can we go to the next transparency, please? So in a longer paper, some of the authors of that paper, I can see them here now. We examined all these models and we said that Lisa could do better by almost 2 orders of magnitude, 10 to the minus 17. However, in doing this analysis, we just considered only the instrumental noise, but there will be another noise that can be problematic for doing such an analysis. Basically, is the issue that Lisa is going to see by far too many compact binaries that are going to form an astrophysical background, and in addition, there will be too many white dwarfs which are going to form a galactic foreground. So in a more recent paper with these authors that you can see here, we consider again the same models, and we just the models that we had in the paper of the Lisa collaboration, what we have seen is that the galactic foreground is going to be rather problematic, and therefore we're going to be able to probe cosmic strings only 1 or 2 orders of magnitude better on what we have right now with LIGO for the third observing ground. Can we go to the next transparency, please? So now I would like to comment on the memory, the non-linear gravitational wave memory for cusps and kinks of cosmic strings. So what the memory is, it is the non-linear memory. It could be actually physically seen or interpreted as the cumulative linear memory, which is associated with the gravitons which are emitted by the source. So let us see the case of cusps and the case of kinks. So if you do, it's a lengthy analysis, and I save you the details of that. There are 3 differences that we're going to have with respect to neglecting the memory. The memory gravitational wave emission is actually now in all directions, whereas what we said before, the primary one, has only support inside the very narrow beam. So this is the most important difference. In addition, there are 2 other small differences with less consequences. The numerical constant in front of the memory waveform is actually an order of magnitude larger than the primary waveform, and however, the memory waveform is going to be suppressed by an extra G mu factor. Can we go to the next, please? So in this cartoon, I show you the distribution of the angular distribution of the energy which is radiated by a cusp. In blue, you see the primary emission. In, I don't know, this pinkish color is the first order memory, and in red is the higher order memory. And with I define the inclination of the beam to the observer's line of sight. So here are the effects of the fact that this gravitational wave emission comes in all directions. The first one is that the energy which is radiated by the cusp memory diverges for a Goto-Nambu loop. In other words, when I neglect the length, the width of the loop. And that could be cured by regularizing, by introducing a cutoff scale of the size of the width of the string. In addition, we see that we found that if we have large enough loops, then the memory of the cusps diverges. What this would imply that actually the standard linearized treatment, which has been used for radiation emitted from the cusps, is probably breaks down. Now, we have found a way to cure that, which I will discuss at the end of this presentation, is that we have that the region near the cusp is going to collapse and form a primordial black hole. And actually, we have found by using the Hooke conjecture that we'll discuss at the end, that this happens only exactly for the loops for which we have this divergence. Can we go to the next slide, please? So what about the kinks? Now, the kinks, here, the kink memory signal will only be observable very close to the plane of the kink, but not in the plane. and it is suppressed by an extra power of frequency as compared to the primary. Here again, I give you in this cartoon the illustration of the angular distribution of the energy from the primary, the memory emission that you can see in these different colors. And here we do not have the problems that we had for the case of the cusps. In other words, there is no frequency range where the contribution from the memory is going to dominate, and therefore we do not need to put an ultraviolet cutoff. And in addition, again, there is no any kind of situation that we see that the kink memory is going to diverge. And if we consider, which actually we did, to consider all the higher order contributions, then we see that that will go up and up, their contribution becomes less important, so it is overall negligible. The next transparency, please. So then the question is, well, if you take into account the memory effect, is it going to change anything from the results that we had so far? Actually, when we did the study, we had only the first and second observing run. That's why I do not have the third observing run here. And you can see for LISA, for PTA, the green, the Gaussian, and then in the red, we have the LIGO, Virgo of the first and second observing runs. So in black, you see the primary, and then the leading contributions we have them in these different colors for cusps and kinks. And overall, at the end of the day, what you see is actually that even for 3G detectors, it seems to be that is rather improbable that we'll be able to detect the memory contribution in any possible frequency that we will have our experiment. Now, in doing this, I would just for illustration, you picked up one model. Is irrelevant which model of the loop distribution we are going to consider, and we just fixed a GMU of the order of 10 to the minus 10. To the next transparency, please. Okay, so now I would like to move to the case of primordial black holes. By that I mean black holes which are formed in the early universe. And then if you go to write down, as I have written here, what is the energy density of the universe at time t, and you say, I would like this to be equal to the energy density of a region M, so that it is within Schwarzschild radius, then you find that primordial black holes would initially have a mass which is about the horizon mass. Now you see in the first expression. That means that if you have, for instance, black holes which are formed at 10 to the minus 43 at the Planck time, then their mass should be 10 to the minus 5 grams. If they are formed at the QCD phase transition, then there are solar mass primordial black holes. If they are formed much later, like 1 second, then you have 10 to the 5 solar masses, which means that actually primordial black holes can span a rather large range of masses, and then are the only actually primordial black holes that could be smaller than a solar mass. Next transparency, please. So as you know, black holes radiate thermally, and we have therefore the Hawking mechanism. The primordial black holes evaporate on the time scale which is proportional to the third power of their mass, which means that only primordial black holes, which when they were formed, they had the mass at about 10 to the 15 grams. They would have evaporated by now. The next transparency. So then I'm going to consider primordial black holes larger than this value that I said before, 10 to the 15 grams, which therefore they have not radiated by now due to Hawking radiation. And I could see their possibility that they could provide all or a part of dark matter. And I'm going to define by F the fraction of the dark matter in primordial black holes of mass M. Now, there are different constraints that they can put on this parameter F, and they come from a different kind of astrophysical data that we can have. The few ranges only they survive. So if you take black holes which are of asteroidal to sublunar range, 10 to the 17 to 10 to the 23 grams, intermediate mass black holes, 10 to 100 solar mass, and extremely large black holes, more than 10 to 11 solar mass. Next, please. And what is the important thing here is that since we have these intermediate mass black holes, then the whole discussion came up whether primordial black holes are really the ones that had led to CBCs that have been found by the LIGO Virgo collaboration that we can see in the first and the second kind of catalogs of the LIGO Virgo CADRA collaboration candidates. Next, transparency. So here I show you a whole kind of list of different kind of mechanisms that can lead to primordial black hole formation. I'm not going to go through, I'm just to highlight collapse of primordial density fluctuation, collapse of inflationary fluctuations, collapse at the QCD phase transition, collapse of cosmic strings loops, collapse through collisions of bubble of broken symmetry at the spontaneous symmetry breaking epoch, collapse of a scalar field, and collapse of domain walls. Next, transparency. So here again, I go to this question that I said before. Are the LIGO Virgo detected gravitational waves from coalescing binary black holes of primordial rather than stellar origin? So here in this plot, I show results from accretion limits and results from gravitational waves. So the accretion limit is the fact that primordial black holes could have a rather large luminosity at pretty early times due to the accretion of the background gas. And that leads to rather strong constraints on the number density of primordial black holes. However, if the luminosity of black holes is high, then it's going to boost the matter temperature of the universe at a value which is much higher than the Friedmann value, and this is going to reduce the accretion. And therefore, we have two kinds of constraints that play here. They are related, they are different, but they are related. There come a bit of contradiction. Effects from the thermal history of the universe and the generation of the background radiation. So here you can see in these yellows and blues that I show this accretion constraint on this quantity F that I said is the fraction of primordial black hole and dark matter as a function of the mass of the black hole. In addition, I saw the LIGO Virgo O1 and O2 merger rate limits. The O1 is you can see it on the right, on the middle of the plot. It is on a solid line, and you can see the O2. And then I have two broken black lines. The upper one is the non-detection of gravitational waves, and the lower one is from the bursted detection. So if you combine the gravitational waves and the accretion limits, then it is unlikely that primordial black holes could explain all dark matter, and we have a pretty strong constraint on this quantity F. Can we go to the next transparency, please? Now, what is important, however, in order to investigate whether the expected merger rate of primordial black holes, which provides the dark matter, is in agreement or not with the LIGO Virgo data, an important kind of thing that one has to take into account is when these binaries were formed. They were formed in the early universe or after galaxy formation. In the former case, then there is a kind of tension with data from cosmic microwave background, unless you have very small contribution of primordial black holes to the dark matter. After galaxy formation, there is a compatibility. And more later, not more recently, but later, it has been another study. Here you see the authors that has shown that the binary merger rate, which is the result of the gravitational capture in halos of galaxies, is subdominant if the binaries were formed very early in the history of the universe, and they survive until today. That leads to the limit that I gave in the previous slide for the contribution of primordial black holes to the dark matter if we're talking for intermediate mass black holes. Can we go to the next transparency? However, and this is an important thing I would like to discuss. In order to derive all these constraints that we said there for primordial black holes in this intermediate mass range, the black holes were treated as being constant Schwarzschild masses. Is that correct? Because if these things they were formed at the early universe, we cannot neglect the fact that primordial black holes are embedded in a background which is expanding, the Friedmann, Lemaitre, Robertson, Walker. So which metrics are we take? There is a discussion that goes even back in the time of Hawking about this issue of how to treat black holes in an expanding universe. And I'm not saying that this is the only choice, but we have chosen the Takurta metric, which is actually a very simple metric, as you can see here, at scale smaller than the cosmological horizon. It approaches the static Schwarzschild. At scales bigger than the Schwarzschild radius, the metric approaches the Friedmann, Lemaitre, Robertson, Walker. And I would like to specify that this metric is no longer valid once your black hole, primordial, or whatever it is, it decouples from the Hubble flow. Can we go to the next transparency, please? Then which mass I'm going to take? Which mass am I going to consider for a spherical symmetric black holes? Usually one takes the ADM mass, but the ADM mass is specified as defined at spatial infinity. But here there is no spatial infinity to define an ADM mass. So we consider the quasi-local Missner-Sharp mass, which is a measure of a mass in a given part of your space-time. It has two parts. The first one, which I have circled in brown, which is the true physical mass of the black hole, which is this is the mass that is related to the overdensity from which the black hole was formed. And then I have a second contribution, and as you can see, that the second contribution is dependent as well on A. So actually, I have a time-dependent mass, and this quasi-local Missner-Sharp mass has to be seen like an effective local mass. It does not imply that any fundamental property of your black hole is going to be changed. It is a mass that actually tells you that you have to take into account as well the expansion of the background where this object lives. So it is useful, this effective mass, when we need a way to come up with a local measure of the gravitating mass within some radius, but and I insist, it should not be the one that is used to calculate global quantities which are related with the cosmological population of black holes. If you consider that mass, then black holes appear to be a bit lighter than the reality because the background on which they are superimposed, it is expanding. And I insist that this phenomenon is only a feature of dynamics in the vicinity of the black hole, when indeed the effects of the expansion of the nearby have to be taken into account. What are the consequences of this time-dependent mass? Can we go to the next transparency? So now this time-dependent quasi-local effective mass is going to modify the conditions for a black hole binary to decouple from the Hubble flow. There is a modification in the first constraint, which is the Newtonian force must dominate over the cosmological force. This is the standard one that you have even for the Schwarzschild background, but the mass is different here. And in addition, you have the second kind of constraint, which tells you that the orbital decay, and I consider just the quadruple formula you can see on the right-hand side, due to the emission of gravitational waves, must dominate over the pull caused by the expansion of the universe. So I have these two constraints that I have to consider. Can you carry on, please? So what does this imply for the population of primordial black holes formed in the early universe? The binary is formed when the system is going to decouple from the Hubble flow, and then is going to keep its evolution according only to what are the local dynamics. And that implies that the binary system is going to coalesce with a lifetime, which is given here, and then the primordial black holes are going to merge, okay? So A is the semi-major axis, is the eccentricity of your orbit, and R is the Schwarzschild radius. Can we go to the next slide? So here, I go back to examine these gravitational wave constraints. So I give the coalescence time as a function of the redshift at decoupling. So the blue curve, it gives you the coalescence times which are needed for your black holes, which are in this expanded background, to radiate enough gravitational waves in order to keep being decoupled from the Hubble flow. In pink, I give you the coalescence times which are needed to be observed by the LIGO Virgo. What you can see from this plot, you can see that the coalescence times, the blue ones, they are short of the LIGO Virgo observability, the pink one, by actually quite many orders of magnitude, until, if you see here, you arrive this vertical line, you arrive at the redshift, which is a bit after 1. But beyond this point, the galaxies will have formed, and therefore that implies that primordial black holes will be realized in the halos of these galaxies. That implies that early universe, primordial black hole binaries would not be able to contribute to the merger rate of the gravitational waves that have been so far observed by the LIGO Virgo collaboration. Next slide, please. And this implies that the bounds set on primordial black hole dark matter fraction based on the population of binaries are completely evaded, and that should mean that you open again the possibility that primordial black holes could exist in the LIGO Virgo mass range. Next transparency.
Sorry, 5 minutes left, Mike.
I have 5 minutes left. If I have 5 minutes left, I will go very fast. Okay, here we consider another different constraint for primordial black holes. We have a constraint on the primordial black hole to dark matter, which is going to arise because of large second-order tensor perturbations, which are generated by the scalar perturbation, which leads to the production of primordial black holes. We didn't take a particular inflationary model, but we just wrote in a very general way the peak in the curvature power spectrum by a log normal distribution, which is characterized by this power A, the width of the peak and the position of the peak. And we searched with the LIGO Virgo data. We found no evidence for such a background. However, as we can see, the constraint we have found, it is better than BBN and CMB. And as time goes on, with the LIGO Virgo design, sensitivity, and the Einstein telescope, we might be able actually to even reach the constraints that exist today, which are the stronger ones for the primordial black holes. So, because I don't have much time, would like to rush up a bit in the last part, which is the Hooke conjecture. Can we go to the next transparency, please? Okay, so if you go back at the time of the result about a primordial black holes formed from cosmic strings from Hawking, if you take a quasi-circular loop that you can see here, is going to collapse and form a primordial black hole under the condition that all 3 components of the loop's angular momentum are smaller than those of an ordinary loop by about 1 G mu factor. Which means that circular collapse is actually finely tuned, and we have only very small part of all the loops that could lead to the formation of primordial black holes. So the condition that you need is that the loop's Lorentz factor, which I defined it by gamma, should satisfy this condition 1 over 4 pi G mu. There have been many studies in the literature, you can see here, about the condition that a primordial black hole could be formed if the entire circular loop is going to collapse. Can we go to the next transparency? However, if you use the Hooke conjecture, then we saw that doesn't need the whole loop to collapse, but the region near the cusp could collapse and could form a primordial black hole. And because cusps are pretty generic on strings, then the rate of primordial black holes formation from the cusps have been seriously underestimated. What is the Hooke conjecture defined by Thorne in 1972? horizons form when and only when a mass m gets compacted into a region whose circumference is in every direction smaller than 4 pi g m. So if you have a sphere which contains a mass m and is within the Schwarzschild radius, then this is going to form a black hole. Now, this conjecture is, I believe, intentionally made a bit vague. In particular, there is no an unambiguous way to assign a mass to the gravitational field inside the sphere. For our purposes, and this is not what everybody might accept, we include only the mass due to the matter fields. This is a conservative way. We neglect the mass of the gravitational field, which actually one has to see how to define it. And therefore, we have that the Cope condition, which is not enough and not enough, it's just a condition that if this condition here, 2gm of a given sphere of radius r is bigger than 1, then you form a primordial black hole. Can we go to the next transparency, please? So if you take this into account, then you see I don't have now, as I had before, the whole loop to collapse and form a black hole, but I have only the region which is going to be near to the cusp. So it's the second that I put in a red frame. So here on the right, what I see, I saw the cosmic string, this blue thing, which punctures the horizon at 2 points, which are separated by a small angle. You can see a g, a mu, and the cusp is hidden behind the horizon. So horizon forms only once the loop's Lorentz factor, gamma, satisfies the condition to be bigger than 1 over 4g mu. What does this imply? Can we go to the next transparency? So here I saw in this Regge plot what is the spin as a function of the mass. So you can see in green, let us start with the black holes of the LIGO Virgo. You see in blue the initial and the final black holes of the 10 BBH events that we have of the first catalog when we did the study of the LIGO Virgo collaboration. And you can see that the spin distribution takes 2 values. Initial black holes have pretty low spins, and final black holes have rather high spin. Then in green, we have the supermassive black holes. Then in this gray, the whole gray region is the population of near the parameter space that you could have for black holes which were formed by in the standard way by an over-dense region that is going to collapse in the radiation-dominated era. And this pink will have some black holes that could have been formed in the near extremal case in the matter-dominated era. What it is important here in red, you can see the cusp collapse primordial black hole. And you can see that have something very characteristic. They are subsolar and they have a spin parameter of 2/3. Now, this chi is actually J, the angular momentum divided by, if I'm not wrong, GM squared. So I'm not saying that the spin of 2/3 is not something that you can find from astrophysical black hole as well, but it's difficult to find the 2/3 with subsolar masses. So this is what I said before, a kind of smoking gun for cosmic strings. Can we go to the next? I'm done, actually. Okay, I have no time. Let's go to the next one. Where are my conclusions? Okay, here I just show you the results. If we take into account the cusps collapse to primordial black holes, and again, it doesn't show any particular change on the constraints we had so far, or we expect to find them. The next transparency, where I summarize my results. So the constraints on Nambu-Koto strings. The stochastic gravitational wave background, because the stochastic gave the strong results, not the best, provide the strongest constraint on the string tension at about 10 to the minus 15. LISA can provide stronger limits, better to about 1 order of magnitude, which means that we'll be able to reach energy scale of about 10 to the 11 GeV. There is a smoking gun of cosmic strings if we can find a subsolar mass black hole with a dimensional spin parameter of 2/3. Next, please. Primordial black holes could explain dark matter. There are only a few primordial black hole mass ranges that could provide dark matter. I give them here for sublunar and intermediate mass range. They can generate some of the observed LIGO Virgo coalescence, and there for black holes between 10 and 100 solar masses, there are some candidates that have been explored as having a non-excluded possibility of a primordial black hole origin. And then they could provide seeds for the supermassive black holes in galactic nuclei, but again, it's open. Are there enough primordial black holes to do so? What is the mechanism that can give these primordial black holes to be so massive and so on? So next, please. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry if I took a couple of minutes more, and again for my problem with sharing my screen. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Marek. Any question? And if you have a question that you can unmute, yeah, please unmute yourself and speak up. Any question? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
One small curiosity I wanted to understand.
I hardly can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Louder, please.
So, so other than Nambu-Goto strings, do you expect your results to be more different if you have other family of strings like plasma strings, or maybe current carrying strings, superconducting?
I cannot look. As I said, the results are quite how you say sensitive in the distribution of loops that we're going to get. These are for Nambu-Goto strings. I cannot tell you what is going to happen if you take superconducting strings or whatever. So the constraints that you can get, I cannot. Then here we take that the basic mechanism, the emission of gravitational waves. Then you could have a particle emission and things like that. So the whole framework that we have discussed, it should be re-examined. So I cannot tell you that this is going to hold as it is.
Thank you.
First of all, you have to see where the scaling is reached in these models, and I believe, from my point of view, that's a bit unwise to just generalize these results in any kind of configuration of those things.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions?
Oh, maybe I can have one. So I remember there are quite stringent constraints on if you're producing primordial black holes from cosmic strings, because if that would happen, then there would be really a lot of them, right? Because you would continuously.
They are tiny, and they evaporate very fast. So in one transparency that I didn't have the time to show, I don't know if you can show it back.
Anish, are you there?
I don't know. It's so there is one transparency which actually the majority of these things are going to be very small, and they are going to evaporate in a rather short time scale, and that therefore the constraint which we get on this parameter f that I said before, it is rather small. It's between 10 to the minus 10 to the minus 11. So they can make a very, very small fraction of the dark matter, the contribution that you can have from this kind of primordial black holes. So that was, I don't have in front of me we repeat that from an old paper of Fed et al. So the constraint is not going to be, they evaporate very fast.
Okay, I see. So the ones that you produced most recently, because I assume those are the most massive ones, there's actually very few of them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? Speak up. Unmute yourself and speak up if you have a question. No? Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much, Molly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, let's move on to the next speaker. Aureo, are you there? And
Hi. Yes.
oh, hi. Yeah,
can you
please
see
share
me?
your screen.
Let's see whether this works.
I think anybody can share. Yeah, all right.
It works.
Oh yeah, it works. Yeah. Can you make it full screen or? Oh yeah, play.
Good.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, I give you a 5-minute warning. Okay, next speaker, Aureo, domain wall signatures. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the invitation and for organizing this this nice online workshop. So yes, I'll be talking about domain walls, domain wall networks. I think this is a beautiful, fascinating topic. It makes logical sense after Maity's talk also. I think it's not, yeah, I cannot see my full screen right now, yes. Okay, it's not an exaggeration to say that there's kind of a renewed interest on domain wall networks. Well, there's many people probably in the audience that have always been interested in this, including me, perhaps. But given basically the strong impact that domain wall networks have on cosmology, well, it's clear that yeah, in the recent years, we want to pay more attention to them, so this can be strong emitters of cosmological gravitational waves. Also, they can lead to other relics and also primordial black holes. Yeah, so in parallel with Maity's story with strings. So also as just another type of topological defect, this is a probe of new physics, which in this case involves discrete, spontaneous breaking of discrete symmetries. Okay, so without more introductions, then let me just go to the kind of executive summary of how the domain wall network story proceeds in time in the early universe. Yeah, we have we're assuming that there is some transition where the discrete symmetry breaking symmetry is broken spontaneously. So this is the formation temperature of the domain walls. Then they evolve for some time, and I'll assume that they annihilate after at some annihilation temperature T star. This annihilation moment plays a very crucial part of this story. And there are a number of annihilation mechanisms. I will focus on one of them, probably other speakers, perhaps Alex is going to mention another one. So the one fascinating aspect of this is that if you have such an organization of a kind of domain wall epoch with well-separated temperatures, the dynamics of these objects during this time is really amazing. These networks really start from a very complicated tangle of walls that quickly reach self-similar behavior, which is called descaling. That's characterized by this. Everything is characterized by the Hubble scale, basically. So including the energy density or average energy density on the network is basically given by the density, the tension of the walls times the Hubble parameter at the moment. And in time, yeah, this evolves in kind of this nice self-similar way, down to annihilation time. Yeah, this annihilation is of course necessary in if you have a large tension. Otherwise, yeah, you have a domain problem, which is a consequence of this slow dilution that you see here. So this is the summary, and so I'll try to touch upon a couple of topics which I recently worked on related to these domain wall networks. So the first topic has to do with kind of identifying in the space of models of theories or well-motivated kind of models from particle physics point of view, models that lead to such a long, possibly long epoch of domain walls. And interestingly, quite interestingly, I think, there are models, there's a subclass of axionic models that do so, include a long domain wall epoch. Then I'll go to kind of a more agnostic, broad, general search of the gravitational wave signals that arise from domain wall networks, searches that can be done on the data that we already have from pulsar timing arrays, assuming, of course, that those data are gravitational waves. And if I have time, I'll touch on the primordial black hole formation aspect that's also embedded in this story. So let's start with the axionic domain wall networks. And so the first thing that I have to say is that, okay, so from the beginning, so the axions are defined, are introduced in order to solve the strong CP problem. For this, we introduce this Peccei-Quinn mechanism that introduces two basic ingredients. So the first is that this global U1 Peccei-Quinn symmetry that is spontaneously broken. And the Goldstone boson associated to this is the axion. And second big ingredient is that this symmetry, this global symmetry, is also broken by QCD via the anomaly and the non-perturbative effects from QCD, okay, which kind of tilt this Mexican half potential, and in terms of the Goldstone of the axion, gives rise to this sinusoidal potential. Now, this immediately gives rise to a beautiful thing, which is this very peculiar type of topological defect, which is a hybrid defect, meaning that there are domain walls that are attached to the global strings associated to the global U1 Peccei-Quinn. This is so in a way that actually is sensitive to the model, and in a very cool way. So the number of walls that are that can be attached to the one and the same string, to each string, is a parameter of the model. It is what we call the domain wall number, and it is related in terms of the model building. That the Peccei-Quinn model that lies behind the model, it's related to the number of quarks basically that have that are charged under Peccei-Quinn. So this is literally a parameter of the model that we have to take as such, and so is so axial models are classified by this in a way. So of course, the phenomenology and the impact on cosmology, it depends in a very dramatic way on this domain wall number, as you know, most of you, I guess, because the sketch of events that happen during early universe, when I'm always going to think about post-inflationary situation where Pechequin is broken after inflation. So then at that moment when Pechequin symmetry is broken spontaneously, strings, global strings are formed, and at much lower scale, lambda QCD produces the tilt to the Mexican hand potential that introduces the domain walls. And in the simplest realization with domain wall number equal 1, this appearance of domain walls is also the annihilation of the whole string plus domain wall network, because the walls kind of push very efficiently loops, and the whole network is annihilated in basically in Hubble time. Situation dramatically changes, as I was saying, if domain wall is bigger than 1. Would be this would be a picture of n domain wall equal to 2. In this case, domain walls push both outwards and inwards a loop, and so the forces are compensated, and so there is no trend to annihilate. And so one is left with domain walls, and one would conclude that if there's nothing else, there would be a domain wall problem. Of course, this is the summary. With QCD alone, there would be, and domain wall number bigger than 1, there would be a domain wall problem. However, QCD is not alone in this story. We have certainly, for sure, gravity. And gravity does the current belief is that it does not respect global symmetries either. So it can give an additional breaking of this global Pechequin that has nothing to do with QCD. So it can be with a different domain wall number. Since it has nothing to do with QCD, it also is generically misaligned with it, so that it represents, it jeopardizes the solution to the strong CP. So it jeopardizes the solution, but at the same time it solves the domain wall problem. So this is a very nice and simple framework, which is kind of built in axion models. Here, the role of gravity can also be replaced by other dark sectors that couple to the same axion, which are not aligned with QCD, of course. So I'm going to call this generic sector misaligned sector, which I think is okay to think of it as gravity, but whatever. In terms of the pictures I was drawing before, this misaligned sector has this job to tilt even more the potential, so that now there's a single vacuum. It removes the vacuum degeneracies that QCD left. In terms of the potential for the axion, now what this means is that we have two cosines, two sinusoidal contributions, the one from QCD, which I want to assume has a non-trivial domain wall number bigger than 1. And this additional contribution from a misaligned sector, which could be gravity, and is misaligned. Okay, so this breaks the degeneracy between vacua, and also introduces a non-trivial minimum. The minimum is slightly displaced in proportion to how large this contribution is, and with this is what can possibly jeopardize the solution to strong CP. Yeah, this thing has to be smaller. So the upshot of this is that these models with domain wall number bigger than 1 then have for free in a sense domain wall epoch, so long as just these two scales are slightly separated. Then domain walls in this case form whenever the Hubble is further of the axion mass, and they are annihilated whenever this pressure, the vacuum difference is also large enough compared to Hubble and tension. And the sketch of events then is along this cartoon. Yeah, we had the strings at QCD, domain walls appear, but domain wall number is bigger than 1. So until this pressure difference, yeah, the vacuum energy difference between the different sites, different vacuum, until this vacuum pressure difference isn't noticeable, nothing happens, and you have a domain wall epoch. This pressure difference, on the other hand, is enough to give rise to the annihilation of this whole of this network with n domain wall bigger than 1 string wall network. Okay, this is a fantastic. I think is a beautiful story. I think it's very nice. And moreover, there are actually field theory simulations that have been done that show this explicitly. So this is these are snapshots of a simulation with n domain wall bigger than 1. You see that the domain walls persist, and once you introduce this bias, this additional breaking, then they do disappear. There is an annihilation. So this is a model that can survive, that can give a satisfactory cosmology. So of course, you can also people have worked out how are the gravitational wave signatures from these models. And they are not so different from the other domain wall models, in the sense that they have typically frequency cubed. This is a peaked spectrum with 2 powers, omega cubed at low frequencies and 1 over omega at high frequencies. So the interesting thing about this case with these axionic domain walls is that the strength of the gravitational wave signal is very importantly determined by how small this bias is. Yeah? How the smaller the bias, the longer the walls are there, and the stronger the gravitational wave signal is. And however, the smaller the bias, this lambda misalignment scale is what you need in order to have a small CP angle. Okay, so now let me add one more thing, just to be more sharp and precise onto which type of axionic models this applies directly to. And this is actually in the context of this what's known as heavy axion models. This I don't have time to go over this. The motivation for them is to solve the so-called axion quality problem. The axion quality problem is just the fragility of this axion solution to the possible presence of these additional misaligned sectors, like the one I'm considering. And one thing that makes the model more robust against possible threats is that instead of what the QCD scale would be replaced by a higher scale. Okay, so that instead of what I'm calling lambda QCD, that if I can replace that by a heavier scale, that will be more robust. This type of models have heavier axions. If too heavy, of course, they cannot be dark matter. And yeah, eventually these are models where we have a particle that is both heavy and very weakly coupled, and so it's very difficult to probe directly. But via cosmology and the domain walls that they produce, we can probe them. And indeed, if we make them heavy, the tension of the associated domain walls is also going to be heavier. So they are going to have higher signals. So this is just to show a sample of where these signals lie by choosing different parameter values, different values of f, the decay constant of the action, and of this scaled up scale of QCD coming in the heavy action models. Okay, so on the other hand, this story is also interesting from the point of view of the searches for EDMs, because there are good prospects in the coming years to improve significantly by 2 or even 3 orders of magnitude the sensitivity to the electric dipole moments, both in neutron and proton, which give rise to better and better constraints for this strong CP angle. And so this gives rise
5 minutes left.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Oh my God! So this gives rise to this last slide about this part, where I summarize the possible presence of a signal that is detectable even at LIGO, Virgo, as a function of these model parameters, and this appears in conjunction with detectability in the near years, in the coming years, of these associated electric dipole moments. Okay, so there are a couple more plots about this, but the idea is already given. And the conclusion, I think, is clear. Yeah, so these axionic models are very nice example where these long domain wall epochs appear. So let me then summarize this the search that we did on the data from pulsar timing arrays. You know what's the situation right now. There is from both Nanograph, PPTA, European EPTA, and this international IPTA also. All of them see this strong evidence of this common process, and so if it's confirmed that this has a quadruple nature, there will be also a gravitational wave revolution, more detections. So we did in this paper a search, Bayesian analysis of data from Nanograph and IPTA data, looking for the signals that come out of cosmological domain wall networks, which more generally can be just characterized by 2 quantities: the temperature at the annihilation time and the abundance of those domain walls at that annihilation time. So these quantities can be mapped to the tension and this misalignment pressure. And of course, you have this type of gravitational wave spectrum. These are the equations in full glory that show that the expected thing, which is that the gravitational wave scales quadratically with the abundance of these domain walls at annihilation, which is when you have the highest. Okay, we introduced some Brogan power law parameterization. We did the search, including also the astrophysical breakdown from supermassive black hole binaries, and also including the kind of consistency with respect to the rest of the cosmology. What this means is that so these domain walls are made out of, in general, out of some scalar. there are domain wall configurations that are out of some scalar, and that what I explained before was an axion. When they annihilate and decay, they also decay into these scalar particles. So this particle, then there's basically two options only. Either they are dark sector, and so this for PTA, this is not viable that those are dark matter, because it would be overabundant. So it can be either dark radiation or just they can decay to standard model. In the case of the dark radiation, is more constrained because then we have also the constraint from delta NF, the relativistic number of degrees of freedom, and this is this plot over here. Okay, so these are these 1 sigma and 2 sigma contours from Nanograph and from my IPDA that we get, and these are the current limits from CMV and VAO, and these are prospects. Okay, and the decay to the standard model is this plot over here. Now it's also worth showing the plot including the supermassive black hole binaries. In this case, there are two ways to feed well the PTA data. One is just only with binaries. Yeah, we know that. But the other one is with the domain walls over here. So long, of course, as these supermassive black holes are not too large, and these are the best fit curves for each. Okay, which correspond to these values of the annihilation temperature for IPDA and Nanograph respectively. Yeah, since we are fitting this with spectrum that is peaked instead of just power law, yeah, so there's a slight difference between what you get from IPDA or Nanograph respectively, but both are consistent with the data. So this is in terms of the tensions and pressure difference. And there's last thing I'd like to say is about again going back to the axion, because we can also think of a heavy axion model that applies to this type of situation. Okay, where we have the domain wall network annihilate at that epoch. For PTA signal, and this can be done by replacing the role of the two sectors. So by having QCD to play the role of the bias of the one that's responsible for the annihilation. Okay, this requires some additional model building in the axion sector, but it can be done. And the interesting thing again is that the signals from Nanograph or IPDA can be put together and correlated with the signatures, and that can be found from colliders. Okay, so this again I think is important, and it can be done. So this is the summary of that search. Yeah, we get ballparks for the tension scale, which is of order of around 100 TeV. That's kind of interesting from a particle physics point of view, and okay, that's about it. So I'm not sure I'll be able to summarize the next
Can you summarize? Yeah. Can you quickly go over that? I give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So yeah. The physics is not so much different from what Maili has already explained. over this evolution of the network, there are continuously closed domain wall structures that collapse into small regions, and this can naturally form black holes. Of course, when you put the numbers, this is not so easy to happen. In fact, down to annihilation, this cannot happen likely. And so then the only option is that, so if this time corresponds to annihilation right now, at this moment, there are no structures left. In fact, what happens is that if you zoom out and at very large scales, very rarely you can find some closed structure that is entering a kind of the Hubble volume at that later time. This happens very rarely, but if it happens, then it's very efficient in collapsing. Why? Because the Schwarzschild radius associated to this very big object scales very quickly. With the temperature, how the structural radius of this object compared to the Hubble scales very quickly with decreasing temperature. So then the black hole abundance can be mapped to the statistics, to the density number of how many closed structures are left after the typical time of annihilation. So, and this has been studied before. There are even some analytic estimates of that. And okay, we're working on this also, and I hopefully we'll have the paper out. I'll just cut it here, and just leave you with the conclusions. So yeah, I hope I have illustrated that. In axial models, I think is quite remarkable. There are models with long domain wall epoch. This, I think, is important from the point of view of motivation. We are all motivated we are interested on domain walls because we can see their gravitational wave signal, but it's also important to have a good motivation for the model from other point of view, from the particle physics point of view. And especially this is also relevant, if you can find correlated signatures with other observables. The general a consequence that emerges from all of these studies is that so all of these estimates that we can do are a bit poor because the simulations, I mean, are difficult, and we would need better, so more work on this on these simulations. Keep in mind that there's also a large variety of domain wall models, right? So just the Z2, which is the ones that I was showing, or the axionic ones, and so there are many things to do in this direction. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now any question? If you have a question, please unmute yourself and speak up.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
So you need a sufficiently large potential bias so that the walls will decay before they come to dominate the energy density. And this same delta V perturbs the axion from its potential and generates a theta. And I know you said this, and you had a nice plot that showed the bounds. Can you comment about like perspective or future measurements of theta? Can that actually rule out the QCD axion, these walls decaying before they come to dominate? And then also, like, if you're looking at heavy QCD axions, you said that the wall tension is even greater, which gives you a larger energy density in domain walls. And in that case, you would need even a larger bias so that they decay before dominating the energy density, right? So does that even make the bound on theta even stronger? Like, you're predicting an even stronger, an even larger bound, or even larger value of theta.
So I think in your first in your first question you were having in mind the standard QCD action.
Yeah, and you had a plot, I remember,
So
but
for that I wasn't including plots for that because in the decay, the network decay in that case produces an additional contribution to the relic action abundance. And so if this happens so if you have too long a domain wall epoch, you produce too much.
too much axions.
Too many actions.
Okay.
Right. So that's why I went most to the heavy action case.
I see.
In which case this isn't dark matter. And right, and then there's more room. There's more room to play. Oops, where am I here? There's more room, but so here you have it. So basically, so you see this axis is. Can you see the screen? No.
Yeah.
So the axis is kind of this ratio of scales is the same as the theta, and so this gray shaded region is going to be detectable according to these future prospects. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay. I have Alex. Do you have question?
Yeah, I have a short question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Ariel, great to see you. Look, I have a question. So if this is like proper QCD axion, is there any other effects except of gravitational waves coming from this collapse of domain walls? For example, people usually speculate about axions that they also couple into electromagnetic F menu. Is there any like gradation or some new, I don't know, changes of spectra, let's say, of radiation due to this thing, or it's irrelevant for the masses?
Definitely. The QCD axion case is very predictive. Yeah, everything is fixed, and you have lots of things. But so in the first place, so that's what I was saying to David. For QCD axion, you cannot make this domain wall epoch very long, because you overproduce actions that act as dark matter, and then you have overclosure constraint. Okay, so that in that case is a bit limited. So, and the phenomenology is richer from the point of view of from the domain walls when you go to this less known, more exotic case of a heavy axion. However, let me emphasize that it is a pretty well motivated case, because it has its own story. Its own story, which is it addresses this equality problem. So that's. But yeah, so in principle, yeah, you're right. There are all of these couplings. I'm not sure I can imagine right now the coupling to photons making a big effect in early cosmology. You know that these things also, when they decay, they also produce oscillons, and they seed additional structure, these kind of things. So yes, there are lots of things.
Yeah, it's a very rich subject, in fact.
But for instance, from the coupling to photons or and so on, you do not get typically much effects like of the type of friction, for instance. Yeah. So because the coupling is very weak, is 1/f. F is very large, so typically you don't get a strong friction.
Yeah, because friction maybe could be I don't know, could be interesting or less interesting regarding, depends how it works.
Yeah, I guess it can depend on the model. If in the corner of parameters where f is lower, I can imagine that maybe you can fit more friction there.
Mhm.
But friction also tends to make the gravitational wave signal lower, right?
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot. Great to see you.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's move on to the next speaker. And thank you very much, Aurel.
Thank you.
Okay, Alex.
Okay, I am the next speaker.
Yeah.
Just a sec. Let me try to share it.
Okay, next speaker,
Okay.
Alex. Yeah, lower than freeze in-portal coupling can still generate dark matter be measured by a GW. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, let me maybe kill the. So basically, if you don't want to listen it, then you can just take this message home. That even really like almost vanishing, from the normal people vanishing, portal coupling constants can actually allow you to generate non-thermal dark matter. And this in some cases can be actually measured via gravitational waves. So that's my main message. So basically you can create dark matter using portals which are super low, and even in some cases still see it. Okay, so now the question is, okay. So basically this talk is based on these two papers, which is a result of this international collaboration with Sabir Ramazanov, Zhenya Babichev, Dima Gorbunov. And basically, if you want, please look at these two papers. One is in PRD, another one is in JCAP. And here, I think the main credit should be given to Sabir, who was basically initiator of this activity and who contributed most of the things. Okay, so let's go to main message in slightly more details. So first of all, I would like to tell you that there is such a thing as inverse phase transition, and that it's a novel way to obtain non-thermal dark matter, even for those extremely feeble couplings that even freezing does not work. Then I would like to tell you that inverse phase transition actually allows you to have domain wall network in the early universe, as this network just melts away. So basically, that's another way to kill domain walls so that they would never actually be dominant. And then the domain wall network actually emits gravitational waves defined by the properties of otherwise completely directly undetectable, so never detectable, dark matter. And this gravitational wave signal can be actually observable in the near future observations. And similarly to Aurel's talk, you see, I just even corrected it a bit. So we really need precise numerical simulations for such networks of domain walls to determine properly the spectral shapes of gravitational wave signal. So here we are on the same boat. Okay, so regarding inverse phase transitions, let me first point to this old paper by Steven Weinberg. And he is saying something funny, is that in one case, it is found that a symmetry which is unbroken at low temperature can be actually broken by raising the temperature above a critical value. So this is a bit counterintuitive because you think higher temperatures, higher energies, shorter scales, more beauty, more symmetry. Here, it's not the case, which is quite interesting. And let me go to just discussion of the general model. So how to organize, at least in one way, a simple inverse phase transition. So let's consider a singlet, a scalar field, Z2 symmetric, chi. And then this chi has normal standard mass, m squared, and it has a quartic coupling lambda. So importantly here, mass has not tachyonic, but proper sign. So it's a normal mass. But then we add a bit, which is actually environmental, so to say, mass, right? And importantly, this environmental mass is actually tachyonic. So now let's look at the case when the tachyonic mass is, this tachyonic mass contribution and environmental mass is larger than the bare mass. In that case, clearly this potential corresponds to a symmetry breaking potential, and it has a minimum, which is if this tachyonic mass is time dependent, will be time dependent. And then you could look what will happen. So suppose this is like high mu, and now suppose this mu is redshifted and mu is less than m. In that case, symmetry is restored. Okay, so usually this picture on the right side, it corresponds to the, basically in our case, it is early universe, spontaneously broken phase. And the picture on the right, it's actually late universe. Okay, so that basically we transit from early universe to late universe because this mu is decreasing, okay, due to redshift. And usual order of events in normal cosmology is that on the right you have early universe, more symmetric phase, and on the left you have late universe, less symmetric phase. So where you break the symmetry. So here it's important that we don't, so we think that chi is not thermal, okay? So there are no thermal corrections. Okay, so now if you restore the symmetry at the moment of time when the Hubble parameter is less than the mass, in that case, you just start oscillating, okay? So basically the picture is, you start somewhere in the early universe on the left in the vacuum, and then you adiabatically trace the vacuum, which is changing this time, the position. And then at some moment, the field detaches from the motion of the vacuum just because you violate adiabatic approximation. And that gives you the onset of the amplitude for these oscillations. And of course, if your Hubble constant is less than mass, that onset creates basically you just normal oscillation so that this chi is dark matter-like field. Okay, so now let's look in more detail. So if you look at tracing the vacuum, so vacuum, so position of the vacuum looks like this. So I don't specify here, I'm agnostic what the mu is so far. So then let's calculate effective mass at this broken minimum. It's given by this formula. And the point is, think about homogeneous mode. This is just an oscillator. So mass is the frequency. So therefore, adiabatic parameter is the frequency, derivative of the frequency divided by frequency squared. So if you want to have adiabatic motion, then this adiabatic parameter should be much less than 1. However, clearly, it cannot be less than 1 when the mass, this m effective, is 0, right? Because then it's kind of infinite. So basically, abaticity is definitely violated when m becomes 0, which will happen at some moment if mu is just decreasing and it was higher than m before. So you can say that this transition happens approximately when mu is equal to m. Okay, in reality, of course, well, you cannot trace this minimum also because the velocity of the minimum diverges. But in reality, you can calculate it a bit more precisely. Namely, you can just take the moment of time when the adiabatic invariant, but adiabatic parameter is just 1, and it's just the moment of time which happens slightly before the moment when mu is approximately equal to m. So now you can say that, okay, I can evaluate it at this moment of time, and basically this m effective dot divided, so derivative of m effective divided by m effective was 1. So that gives me this basically asterisk there, and this is valid for arbitrary dependence on this function mu. Now on the right, in this approximate equality, I assumed actually that mu has this kind of cosmological redshift with kappa being a slow function or parameter. So in that case, so you see this is a position when the adiabatic parameter is 1. So in that case, the field starts to behave as dark matter. So this chi asterisk provides you initial amplitude, and then you just need to redshift this initial energy density there to get dark matter at later times. So for the model which I'm going to concentrate here in this token, where I'm going to consider the main walls, this kappa should be 2. Okay, now let's say the following, that, like we looked at this model in different ways, and it's like you see, repetitio est mater studiorum. I hope I pronounced it correctly, but I don't know, there are no Romans to correct me. So you see, first, my friends have done it for mu to be basically given by curvature. Then with Sabir Ramazanov and Federica Urban, we entertained this idea that mu can be given actually by cosmological magnetic field. And here I could give you, well, some small clarification. So there is a current bound on cosmological magnetic fields, so that basically on scales larger than 1 megaparsec, they should be at least 10⁻16 Gauss. And it sounds not that much, but recall that magnetic field, if you go to the past, red shifts, and if you look at the past, it blue shifts actually as 1 over a squared. So therefore, it grows pretty rapidly if you look in the past, and it can reach pretty substantial values for small masses, right? I mean, small masses of the scalar field chi. So therefore, you can trigger a phase transition using just cosmological magnetic field, which is pretty interesting. And last version of this, or incarnation of this scenario, which we looked, it's when mu is basically given by temperature, okay, or it's proportional to temperature. And this is achieved through a particular type of coupling, as you see here. And so that's what I'm going to concentrate from now on. Okay, so basically what we're considering, let's take dark matter scalar field chi, Z2 symmetry. So, and this chi couples to a multiplet of n thermal degrees of freedom phi. So here, this g squared is my portal coupling constant. That's normal notation. What is important here is that the sign in front of this term is minus. This is a key point. So chi I consider to be non-thermal, not because of the weak, extremely weak coupling G. And so therefore, the only thing how this potential changes if I introduce temperature, it's that this mu squared becomes thermal 2-point function multiplied with this G squared. And for temperatures higher than the mass of this phi, you have just this formula that it's ng squared t squared divided by 12. So that's the standard formula. So inverse phase transition time was, roughly speaking, when mu was equal to m. So immediately that gives you, these two formulas gives you they give you the moment when this inverse phase transition was happening. So in reality, it was happening by slightly higher temperatures. Okay. What is interesting, so it's as usual in phase transitions, this is non-perturbative phenomena. It works inversely proportional to the portal coupling constant. Okay, so now dynamics only depends actually on one single dimensionless parameter, which is quite nice, because if I write equation of motion, you see it has all these constants there. But so with h, just normal thermal h, the g star is now the number of relativistic degrees of freedom. And now this equation can be rewritten just in a Alaba WQB approximation, where you have this T star and this tau star, and this tau star suppresses all your derivatives. Okay. So basically, clearly, in the limit when tau star goes to infinity, you just force the field chi to sit in the minimum of your potential, even though if it is time dependent. Okay, so tau star is given by this formula, and physically, it is a ratio between the mass of this scalar particle divided by the Hubble constant at the moment of phase transition, well, times 2. And the beauty of this is basically for arbitrary masses, you can, for all the theories simultaneously, you can depict how the evolution happens. And you see, it kind of exactly corresponds to what we were expecting before, that there is a moment of time here. You can see that it's around 1, so slightly before 1, right? Because in this new time, it's this basically tau time is usual time made dimensionless with the help of the mass of the particle, and then divided by this large dimensionless constant tau star. Chi we measure in units of m, and we put in front square root of lambda. That's a standard normalization. And you see the real phase transition when the trajectory detaches from vacuum happens slightly before 1. Okay. And then the field oscillates, and it matches perfectly the profile A minus 3/2. Okay, so now assume that the whole dark matter is actually in the sky. In that case, we could use equality time. And you see the whole thing was produced much earlier in the universe when this component of chi was completely subdominant. So therefore, we can estimate the moment when basically to compare, not to estimate the moment, to estimate the mass by comparing the moment of time which is known when radiation energy density will be equal to the energy density in this oscillating field chi. So we can use entropy conservation to find basically redshift factor, and in T equality is known, and therefore what we have from the relation between rho chi and rho radiation at the moment of T equality, plugging in this redshift factor, we would know what is A asterisk, right? So when the phase transition should happen in order to satisfy this relation. So and then this will be given by this funny formula. And as you see, so this has kind of funny dependence on this lambda power 3/5 divided by G, T equality, and you see T equality is 0.8 eV. So therefore, you could say that immediately kind of the scale is roughly EV-ish, right? Naively. So the point is that, as you see in the formula below, you could write it in kind of more useful units. So basically, your M would be like 15 eV, and then you introduce a new constant beta, right? So you see it's normalized to G power 7/5, and then there is beta, which is lambda divided by G power 4. So why it is the case? Because we consider coupling constants both lambda and G to be extremely small. However, this beta, which is lambda divided by G to the 4, should be larger than 1 over lambda phi. So because these phi degrees of freedom, they also have the quartic potential. And you need to assume that the total potential is actually bounded from below. And in that case, it's like Sylvester rule. You would say that lambda multiplied with lambda phi should be larger or equal than G to the 4. Okay, so, but we want to work in a weak coupling regime, so therefore lambda phi is actually less than 1. So therefore this beta is always larger than 1. So that's why it's useful. And now let's plot it for a terminal number of degrees of freedom to be 4. Okay. In that case, you see that here on the vertical axis, we have the coupling constant G. By the way, note that the real portal coupling is G squared, okay, in the Lagrangian, but somehow people like to plot G. And the horizontal axis, we have mass in terms of kilo electron volts. So as you see, this white space, that's the space which is allowed, and there's this huge parameter space. So basically, why it is not one point? Because we scan over different betas and different G. So basically, each G and beta specify, of course, 1 point, but otherwise, each beta corresponds to a line. Okay, in this picture, like a red one. Of course, we don't consider beta less than 1, so that's your left boundary. And on the right, we consider only masses which are such that they are larger, basically, than this h at the moment of phase transition. So surprisingly, if you go to the right of this line, that would imply that the moment of phase transition happens not when basically the mass is less than h. So then what you could see is that this actually kind of triangle continues very, very deep down up to whatever 10 minus 18. That's also legitimate G. And what is interesting, so that it's a huge parameter space, which was not very much explored before, and it goes clearly beyond the freezing line, which would correspond to this G to be, roughly speaking, let's say G squared to be minus 10 minus 11. Okay, and beta can vary really a lot. So it can be basically 100, and it can be even 10 power 16. Okay, so the most important thing, and that's what I'm going to tell you next, is that this green part that corresponds to the part of parameter space when you have actually detectable gravitational waves. And this is pretty cool because, of course, it looks like a small part of this whole white region, but in reality, it corresponds to pretty big variety of these parameters. Okay, so what happens? So basically, the field should go somehow to this minimum, right? And the point is, if you start in symmetric phase, in that case, you will need to wait till basically first the minimum appears, the broken minimum, right? So that requires thermality. That requires that the 2-point function becomes important of this other scalar field phi. And secondly, you need to require that actually your Hubble is less than this tachyonic mass on top. You see, so because otherwise, if Hubble is more, then the field tries to choose either to go to the left or to the right, but it rolls so slowly that it cannot reach anything. Okay, so that gives you immediately this condition of basically effective rolling, gives you immediately the moment of so to say jumping into one of these minimums. That's an approximation. In fact, that could be some logarithmic correction, but it's not that important. So here, funny enough, this moment is proportional to coupling constant, but it's also proportional to M-Planck, but our coupling constants are going to be tiny, as you have seen from the plot before. So what happens that at this moment Ti, you create domain walls. And as Ariel reviewed nicely, and Mary reviewed also, this
sorry,
domain
Alex,
walls.
5 minutes. Yeah. So, sorry, Alex.
Yeah,
5
perfect,
minutes
perfect.
left.
Yeah, perfect. So basically, look, the point is that in our case, the tension of domain walls goes like basically eta power 3, where eta is mu. Okay, so basically, tension of domain wall goes like T cube. Then you're in scaling regime, standard one, Keeble 1976. So the mass goes as basically this tension divided by h squared. So therefore, the density of the domain walls is sigma wall multiplied with h. So you can check that this can be very easily, and in most cases it's just less than 1, the density of domain walls, so you don't overclose it immediately. And then the point is that you can create gravitational waves just because Einstein formula actually works. But the most importantly, there is this paper where people have done simulations for domain wall networks, though in their case it would disappear differently. It's different model. So the point is you can calculate quadrupole moment is mr squared, r is 1 over h, and then mass of the wall. And then basically the main statement is that rho gravitational waves is tension squared divided by m Planck squared, and this is T power 6. So now it's clear that the only gravitational waves which are really emitted are sharply peaked immediately after you obtain a scaling regime. So basically your peak frequency is just Hubble at this initial moment of time. So now if you plug in numbers, what you obtain, that the peak frequency is given, basically it's just proportional to the portal coupling constant G. The spectral density of these guys, if you estimate it as kind of on the peak, it goes like 1 over beta squared. And this would give you a plot. Okay, how does it look like? So basically you plot this because we found software to plot it, some gravitational wave plotter, I think it's called. So the power spectral density, which is already in hertz, and then you see we scan the maximum. So it's not a spectral shape. It's a maximum of our signal for each line scans different G, and each line has particular beta and number of the thermal degrees of freedom. And as you see, for example, if our, of course, if our beta is increasing, right, then we have higher signal, okay, for different G, for all of them. So therefore, basically, the limiting case, what we see is that if beta is equal to 100, then you see it goes too much down, and therefore it will be harder to see. Though recently the Guillaume de Deminep told me that basically there's some other integrated kind of signal properties, so that this constraints that beta should be actually less than 100 is kind of too conservative. So you can see that for the masses less than 5 electron volts, it's kind of can be detectable, because our signal can be higher than the sensitivity curves of LISA, of DeSigo, of Einstein telescope. We can even enter to IPTA and SK. So, for example, for LISA, the mass should be 10 minus 5 electron volts and coupling constant from 10 minus 14 to 10 minus 11. Not, however, that we need actually G squared in the Lagrangian, right? So basically, we are covering the range from 10 minus 18 to 10 minus 8, which is huge, okay? And so look, I'm on time, so I think it's a highly promising path to the origins of dark matter. You see, it's the only model I know where the frequency is just proportional to this G. And you see, there are two constants, G and beta. So frequency of gravitational waves is just G, whereas the energy density of gravitational waves is 1 over this beta squared. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Right, thank you very much, Alex. Okay, so any question? Please unmute yourself and speak up.
Maybe I should stop sharing to see people. Okay, perfect.
Hello, I have
Danny.
a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
please.
good to see you.
Hi, Alex. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Listen, I'm a bit confused. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm a bit confused about what is the initial conditions of your system, no? Because somehow in this reverse or inverse phase transition, since you start with the tachyonic modes first, no? Because you have the two minima, or you have already broken the symmetry, no? How do you set up that initially, or how do you arrive into that situation?
Yeah, you actually missed one of the transparencies, but okay. So the point is, let me show you just very quickly. Very quickly. Okay, so it's here, and then let me share. So can you see it?
No, we don't see your screen
Not
yet.
yet. Okay. Can
Now.
you see it now?
Yeah.
So
now.
basically, you see, in the story of creating dark matter, we were assuming that you start just on the broken minimum, and we did not specify even how.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, however, we assume that you start on top. So the point is how to go there during inflation. For that, because the field chi is very large, very light, and therefore you actually would create quite large fluctuations. So that you can easily stabilize with introducing non-minimal coupling, let's say psi or R. And in that case, with proper sign, basically you would introduce large mass so that you don't create any fluctuations, so that the field is nailed to the top. Okay. Later, of course, this coupling, like in radiation-dominated universe, becomes irrelevant because curvature becomes small. So basically, that would save you to survive in inflation for such a light field. And after that, you just go either to the left or to the right. This is the similar story.
So in a sense, you have the standard story of symmetry breaking. So first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. You see, the thing is, so in the first part, up to you see this slide, I was telling you inverse phase transition, and then in the second part, it was direct phase transition, and basically, inverse phase transition gave us dark matter, whereas direct phase transition gave us domain walls.
Okay. Okay, got it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other
In
questions?
the second paper, you see, we discuss in details how to stabilize it and like all this.
Sure.
Danny, why are you on the street?
I just have a nice background, but the light out there is as shiny as in my background, not as dark as yours. Sorry.
Of course, because I'm in Sydney.
Yeah, sure. I see.
Oh, because I have 2:40 in the morning, so therefore
All right.
it's a bit darkish.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Alex. All right.
Okay, thanks, guys.
So,
I
I
stop
think we
sharing.
had
No.
we
Wait a
have
second,
break,
let me
right?
stop
So
sharing.
okay.
Yeah, let me stop sharing.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So yeah, we will have break for 20 minutes. Yeah, please come back at the 5 p.m. and all right. Okay. So I keep the Zoom open so that if you want to discuss, and you can discuss here or the others. Okay. Okay. 20 minutes. Right. Thank you very much, Alex.
Thanks, guys.
I know, Vijika.
Oh, hi, Kaiser. How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Finally, couldn't make it to Delaware.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's almost time to go back to to go back to my work. Well, actually, it's not physics stuff, unfortunately. So,
Yeah.
but I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking to visit you next year. Actually, I think of February. Yeah, sometime the next. Yeah,
We should be
sometime
here.
next.
We should be here. Our
Yeah.
semester, as you know, the springs.
Oh yeah,
semester
during the
begins-
semester actually. Yeah,
I think
during
we
the
start
semester,
around the
maybe.
8th of February or something.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the middle or the late February. Yeah, I'm just thinking, and that's in the semester. But oh, I need to stop. I need to stop recording. So, okay. Oh yeah, I'm thinking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Otherwise, Anish is still there, is he?
Anish.
Anish has gone somewhere. No, I want to remind Anish, does the Zoom link change every day?
No, the same Zoom link. The same.
Zoom
I
link.
set up the same. Yeah.
I see.
So yeah, you can come back to just the same address tomorrow that they are.
Right.
Or this week, they hope. Yeah, the same.
Okay, very good. Yeah.
No,
Otherwise.
I heard that you got the trouble in registering.
When I tried with Indigo, it just wouldn't let me. It kept asking for username, but I have an email, and then with some Indigo I can log in and register. With this one, I struggled. So I finally told Anish about it.
Okay.
But then he didn't. He forgot to send me the Zoom, but I got it this morning anyway.
Okay.
So I was able to listen to
I found your name, and actually I found your email, but actually that's kind of too late.
But Anish
I found you.
Anish had sent me the Zoom link, so that worked out okay.
I see. Probably the Indigo that you can, you try to log in by using a UD. I think that they have the some actually the option, to log in the Indigo. The one option is to use your affiliation, just through your affiliation.
I see. I will try that.
I think
I will try later today. Today I have to teach also. So I'm not sure how many more talks I will attend, but I think that the next session is still topological defects, right?
Yeah. Let me see. I think so.
It is the one afternoon today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Of course. No, I think I can probably attend for a little while longer. I have one of these classes in my field theory class this, and I have to,
Oh, today. Oh, field theory class.
I was also grading during the Thanksgiving break. There was some grading to do. And as you know, we have this search going on. It's just started this search.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And so that's a lot of work actually.
Oh, they already, you already started?
Yeah, we just started during the break
okay.
actually. And
Ah,
I mean,
okay.
there are about 2,000 pages to review. So,
Oh, right.
all the applications these days require so much information.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, I haven't sent my recommendation letter. Oh, okay. I will upload the recommendation letter today.
This has to be done.
Okay.
This has to be done soon, very soon.
Yeah.
In
Sorry,
case
I thought
someone
that,
asks you for some letter, you
right.
have to do it.
Yeah, I got some message from the some web page link to upload my recommendation.
Oh,
letter.
I see.
So the date is not actually the deadline of the applications. Actually, the end of November something.
I think the nominal deadline was November 15.
Yeah,
but,
no, right.
But it said that it will continue until the position is filled. I think there's no hard stoppage.
Right. Yeah,
but
actually,
the committee is doing its job now. Actually.
Okay.
So it has to be
done.
done.
Okay. I upload my recommendation.
Yeah. That would be good. Otherwise, I think the program looks pretty good. This one, you can learn a few things. I guess. See what people are excited about. Yeah. The morning talks were nice. I mean, they were well presented, and people were sticking to their time more or less. So that was good, I think. I enjoyed that. So I'll let you have your coffee break then. You will start.
Oh, I already got the coffee here.
Oh, you did? You did, I see.
You can get the tea.
And then how is Andy doing? Is he feeling okay now?
Oh, yeah, Andy's okay now. Yeah.
Nice. He's moving around and so on.
Yeah, moving. Yeah. So far, I just kind of hard to calm him down when I go back. Yeah. So I'm coming back home, and then he really gets really excited.
Yeah, he's excited, of course. You're back home, and of course with COVID, they got used to,
Oh, right. That's right.
us being home. Remember?
Yeah.
So
right. That's right. They're more excited.
They become more clingy, so to speak. Basically they cling, and even depend. It doesn't matter how mature they are, how big they are. They can be very clingy, sort of. Where have you? They get so used to it, I suppose. Anyway, it's good that he's feeling better now and recovering.
Oh, yeah, but.
And who is chairing the next session?
No, I think I do.
Oh,
yeah.
You'll chair the whole day today. I see.
I think so. Yeah.
That's better. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I thought I was not. I was not the
No,
chair.
You're doing an excellent job. So.
Yeah. Then I got the message from Adisha. They have to please share the session. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's kind of late.
Of course, yes, certainly. Yeah. Okay, then I'll let others chat. Maybe some people want to discuss some physics.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be here anyways.
Yeah. Talk to you. Yeah.
Nice talking to you. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, David.
Hey guys, hey everyone.
Right. Yeah, okay, let's wait here for 1 more minute.
Okay. Should I go ahead and
yeah.
share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, you can see?
Yeah, I can see, and I can see your cursor. Could you go to next page?
Yeah, it works?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, next page.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, perfect.
All right,
yeah.
cool.
All right, great. Okay, just, yeah, 1 more minute. David, I give you 5 minutes warning. I think you have 25 minutes for your talk.
Okay, cool.
Okay, it's time. Okay, let's get started. And yeah, welcome back, everybody. First speaker after the break is David, and he's going to talk about the gravitational wave and the gastronomy. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation to give a talk. So I'm very excited to talk about gravitational wave gastronomy. This is some work done about a year ago with Anish Ghoshal, Hitoshi Murayama, Yuki Sakakihara, and Graham White, who I think is giving a talk later in the phase transition section. So stay tuned for that. So I mentioned gravitational wave gastronomy, and you may be wondering, like, what in the world actually is that? So you can't find a definition in the dictionary, so we have to come up with a few of our own. So very basically, it's a savory variation of gravitational wave astronomy. A little bit more exact definition, it's the search for gravitational wave signatures from the eating of one topological defect by another. And this is observed to occur in hybrid topological defects, some that were actually mentioned a little bit previously, such as domain walls bounded by strings, and strings bounded by monopoles. And the idea is basically that one defect converts its rest mass to the boundary defect, which gains a lot of kinetic energy, and it appears as if one defect is eating the other as it shrinks and oscillates and eventually emits gravitational waves. So what's pretty cool about this is that it's seasoned roughly with equal parts of gravitational wave physics, early universe cosmology, and grand unification. So for the outline, for the intro, the appetizers, I'll talk a little bit about gravitational waves as probes of the early universe and why they're so powerful for that mechanism, and the relationship to GUTS, or grand unified theories. For the main part of the talk, the entree, I'll talk a little bit about the dynamics and the different types of these gravitational wave signatures from these types of hybrid topological defects. And for conclusion, for dessert, I'll just briefly talk about the outlook for distinguishing some gut symmetry breaking chains, basically based off the unique gravitational wave signatures, especially in the frequency dependence of these types of hybrid topological defects. All right, so why are gravitational waves like such amazing probes of the early universe? Well, normally, if we try to use like an electromagnetic probe of the universe, we can't look past temperatures above roughly an electron volt times before roughly 300,000 years after the Big Bang, just because the universe is some soup of primordial plasma and light scatters so efficiently, and everything just thermalizes. But gravitational waves can just basically pass right through the primordial plasma unimpeded. And so if you have a source of gravitational waves in the early universe, that gravitational wave emission can just travel from that emission time and eventually reach us today, and we can potentially infer some interesting physics about very early times, very high energies. The key thing is that you need a source of gravitational waves in the early universe, and this is where grand unified theories or GUTS come in, and how they're very tied to gravitational waves. So we think that the true symmetries of nature are restored at high temperatures. That we just heard a last talk about. Maybe you can have some reversals in that, but as at high temperatures, as the universe eventually expands and cools, these gauge symmetries, which describe nature, break eventually down to the standard model and to the universe we know of today. And of course, this is in contrast to the way we currently try and probe very high energy physics, for instance, via colliders, as we start, of course, in the standard model gauge group. We try and work our way up to figure out what is the unified symmetry that describes nature. Now, when many of these symmetry breakings occur, excuse me, they can leave behind relative topological defects if there's a non-trivial vacuum structure as characterized by this homotopy group. So if this homotopy group is non-trivial, you can get topological defects, for instance, pi 2, that is d equals 0. If that's non-trivial, you can get magnetic monopoles. If d equals 1, you can get kind of the one-dimensional analog, which are cosmic strings. And for d equals 2, you can kind of get the two-dimensional analog, which are domain walls. And the key thing is that these topological defects are massive, and they can accelerate to relativistic speeds. And those two ingredients kind of combine to give you an excellent source of gravitational waves. So this is how grand unified theories are intimately tied to gravitational waves, and potentially as excellent sources of physics in the early universe that we can potentially detect today. And what's interesting is that for some of these types of symmetry breaking, you can get actually kind of a combination of defects or hybrid defects, where you can get strings that become attached to, or monopoles that become attached by a string, or walls that are bounded by strings. So you can get kind of a hybrid defect, a combination of the two. And the first case, where you get strings that are attached to monopoles, typically occurs in the following scenario, where you have some gauge group G that gets broken down to some gauge group H with some extra U1, where this U1 is associated with the magnetic monopole. And you get magnetic monopoles because that's a non-trivial pi 2. So if this same U1 is later broken, then basically the magnetic field lines of the magnetic monopoles get squeezed into these flux tubes and connecting monopole into monopole pair. And the flux tubes are effectively the cosmic strings. You can kind of get the higher dimensional analog of this, where you have some gauge group G gets broken down to some extra gauge group, or some gauge group H with some extra discrete symmetry, which will typically give you strings. If the discrete symmetry that's associated with the strings is broken, the same discrete symmetry is broken, then you get domain walls, which fill in effectively the cosmic string, somewhat in a similar manner about how these flux tubes get squeezed into a string-like structure connecting the monopole and antimonopole pair. And the key thing is that in both cases, the tension force of the string on the magnetic monopoles, or the tension force of the wall on the string boundary, gives rise to relativistic oscillations, which can be thought of as conversion of rest mass of the string into monopole kinetic energy, or rest mass of the wall into string kinetic energy. And these oscillations can give rise to gravitational radiation as the network is oscillating and eventually decays. So that's the key idea, is that these hybrid defects can give rise to potentially unique gravitational wave signatures, which can potentially be used to map what kind of grand unified theory was broken down to reach a standard model. And to show you that this is actually very common, here's kind of a menu of potential topological defects you can get in grand unified theory, specifically SO10 breaking down to standard model 321. So the arrow color designates what kind of defect is produced. So a red arrow is magnetic monopoles, blue is cosmic strings, green is domain wall. The glow of the arrows, or the glow of the path, tells you what kind of hybrid topological defects are produced. So for instance, a red glow corresponds to magnetic monopoles that form and then later become attached to strings. A blue glow corresponds to strings that form and later become attached to domain walls. And you'll notice that actually that scenario or that order always has to occur. That is, if you want strings that become attached or monopoles that become attached to strings, you always need the monopoles to form first and then become attached to strings later. Or for the kind of higher dimensional case, you always need strings form first and then they become filled in by domain walls. And you can show kind of a homotopy selection rule always shows that this is true. And so this is just kind of an example of just how common these defects are. And the question is, okay, well, what kind of signals do these defects produce? And can we use those to potentially narrow down, if you will, what kind of symmetry breaking path occurred to the standard model? So there's a 4-course menu of different hybrid topological defects and the relationship to inflation, which give rise to 4 basically unique gravitational wave signatures, which I'll discuss in this talk. So the first case is magnetic monopoles that are magnetic monopoles eating strings. So this is a nucleation case, and it occurs in the following situation, where you have some gauge group that breaks into some extra gauge group with some U1 that forms magnetic monopoles. Then you have inflation, and so the magnetic monopoles are diluted heavily. Then when this U1 is broken, that same U1 is broken, you form cosmic strings, but there are no magnetic monopoles around, so they have no idea that they should be connected to monopoles locally. And they evolve as a normal string network. And if you wait long enough, it becomes energetically and probabilistically favorable that you can convert some string rest mass into magnetic monopole pairs. So that is, you nucleate two monopoles on the string segment. And these segments will then oscillate and decay via gravitational radiation, or they will decay and they can emit gravitational radiation. So I was just saying is that before the nucleation occurs, the strings just evolve as a normal string network. And so for the gravitational wave signature, what you expect is at high frequencies, which corresponds to early times in the evolution of the network, you just have a normal string network, which is roughly flat in omega gravity wave. But when the nucleation becomes probabilistically favorable, the whole network will decay. And so at lower and lower frequencies, corresponding to longer and longer nucleation times, the network will eventually be cut off at some very low frequency. So this plot on the left just shows you some example parameters where the nucleation occurs later in time, and what kind of signal that you can get and what kind of detectors the signal will pass through. And the key thing is that in the UV, the spectrum is dominated by roughly, it's approximately flat in frequency. And in the IR, at the cutoff, when the nucleation occurs, it goes as F squared. So keep that in mind, because this will be different for different other hybrid topological defects, or depending on when inflation occurs relative to the formation of these defects. So let me give you another example of these hybrid topological defects and what kind of gravitational wave signature you can get from them. So let's look at the kind of higher dimensional analog, where you have strings eating walls. Again, it's a nucleation case. And this occurs in the following scenario, where you have some gauge group that breaks and produces with some extra Z2 symmetry and produces cosmic strings. Then you have inflation, just as the previous case, and so the strings are extremely diluted. Then you have that when this discrete symmetry is broken, that's associated with the strings, you get domain wall formation. And these walls will evolve like a normal wall network, for instance, just as Oriol was talking about earlier. And if you wait long enough, you get eventually becomes energetically and probabilistically favorable that you can actually nucleate a cosmic string on the wall. That is, you convert some wall rest mass into a string hole or a hole with a string boundary. And you can show that it's actually further energetically favorable for the string hole to continue expand. That is, the wall rest mass is converted to more and more string kinetic energy. And so it looks like the string is eating the wall. And this causes the whole network to very quickly decay. So this is just another example of how you can destroy a domain wall network we heard actually two ways earlier. One was that like you can have a bias. Another way is that you can have the network just kind of melt from a restoration of the symmetry. So what does this look like? Well, at high frequencies, you have just the normal domain wall network. Excuse me, the normal gravitational wave signal from a normal domain wall network. This is the f⁻⁻⁴ power at high frequencies. And unlike cosmic strings, which will never dominate the energy density of the universe, the walls, the longer they live, they can eventually dominate the energy density of the universe. So the longer the lived walls, the greater the actual gravitational wave signal will be. And eventually, if the nucleation occurs, the whole network will decay at some lower frequency, and you get an F³ spectrum as we discussed, or as we heard earlier in a previous talk. So you can't have this nucleation occur too late, because the walls will eventually dominate the energy density of the universe. But that actually is kind of a double-edged sword, in that you can get a very large signal in the gravitational waves if the walls almost dominate the energy density before the whole network decays from the string nucleation. And so the key thing is that the UV frequency and the IR frequency are again different than the case where monopoles nucleate on strings. So you can potentially use this to distinguish the two signals and what kind of chains actually produced the strings nucleating on the walls versus monopoles nucleating on the strings. So those are the two kind of main hypertopological defects. But if you notice, in both cases, inflation occurred after the first defect formed, so that the second defect, kind of the boundary defect, evolved as a normal network, and then eventually the nucleation occurred. But you may ask, well, what happens if inflation occurs before all the defects formed? What kind of gravitational wave signal can you get? So these are going to be, well, we can consider that, and these are going to be exactly the same gauge groups that I've just considered, I've just shown you. It's just the ordering or the hierarchy of where inflation occurs is now different. So let's go back to strings and monopoles, and let's consider the case where strings, where inflation occurs before monopole formation. So, excuse me, when these monopoles form, they'll eventually freeze out, but they're not extremely diluted like inflation. So they're going to evolve like matter, shift at scales 1/8³, and they can eventually come to dominate the energy density just like matter. And there are tons of problems today. There are tons of problems if they actually are around today, of course. But never fear. If this once a string once that U1 that's associated with the monopoles is broken, you'll get the magnetic monopole, the magnetic fields of the monopoles will squeeze into flux tubes with a typical string length that's set by the number density of magnetic monopoles at the string symmetry breaking temperature. Sorry, 5 minutes?
Oh, no, this is the, yeah, I'm sorry, just a noise, sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. So in this case, you'll get strings that form between the monopole and anti-monopole pairs with a length scale that's set by the number density of monopoles at the string formation scale. And these magnetic monopoles will then oscillate as the rest mass of the string is converted to monopole kinetic energy, and gravitational radiation can potentially be produced, and you get a gravitational wave signal. This gives rise actually to a much different gravitational wave signal than the case where nucleation actually occurs, that is, monopoles nucleate on the strings. In this case, where there's no nucleation, just the monopoles become attached via strings, and the whole network decays very quickly, gives rise to generally a very high frequency signal, and typically a much lower signal in omega gravity wave. And the reason why this is twofold. One is that the frequency of your system, the emission frequency, is set by the magnetic monopole separation length at the string formation temperature. And this can be a very small distance. So the frequency is often very, very large. The second thing is that the gravitational wave is only emitted in a very quick burst, typically, because the lifetime of the string magnetic monopole segment is generally very short, because there's typically friction involved between the magnetic monopoles and the background plasma. And so effectively, you can only oscillate for maybe 1 or 2 times before the magnetic monopoles will annihilate. So it's a very short-lived signal. It's like a burst. And so this gives rise to generally a small value in a mega gravity wave. So the combination of the two gives rise to, for instance, a signal that looks somewhat like this on the right. So these are some examples of the magnetic monopole symmetry breaking scale and the string symmetry breaking scale. What kind of signal can be expected? Now at UV, at the high frequencies, you get an f to the -1 tail. At low frequencies, it's an f cubed. So this is very similar to the domain wall case where strings nucleate on the walls. Though, excuse me, the peak signal where the two frequencies are connected is you can show is logarithmic in frequency, which arises from effectively the harmonic structure or the mode structure in frequency from the calculation of these string monopole segments as calculated by LeBlanc. So this gives rise to a slightly different frequency structure at the top, which can potentially be used to distinguish the signal from domain walls that annihilate, or excuse me, domain walls that are destroyed by the nucleation of strings. Though, as we discussed before, there should be more simulations and further study of the destruction of a domain wall network and the gravitational wave signals that are produced from there. But as far as we know, the spectrum can be a little bit different at the peak structure when you have magnetic monopoles that are quickly destroyed by cosmic strings. That is, the strings quickly eat the magnetic monopoles. And for the last case, I will talk about the walls eating strings, which occurs for the exact same symmetry groups where you have strings that become attached to domain walls, except inflation occurs before everything, before all the two defects are formed. So that is, you have inflation, then you have string formation. Then when the Z2 associated with the string is later broken, you can get domain walls that fill in the string, and these string-bounded walls will eventually collapse. But there's a key scale dependence in this problem, and that is if you compare the force of the string tension and the force of the domain wall tension, you'll find is that there is a size dependence in whether the string or the domain wall dominates. For example, the string tension gives rise to a force of mu, where mu is roughly the symmetry breaking scale squared that's associated with the string, whereas the force on this segment of typical curvature radius r from the domain wall is going to be roughly the domain wall tension times this curvature radius. This domain wall tension is roughly the domain wall symmetry breaking scale to the cube power. And if you just compare the two forces, you'll see that there's a critical radius, which is a ratio of the string to the domain wall tension, where that string bounded walls that are bigger than this critical radius will be dominated by wall dynamics. And when string bounded wall segments that are less than this critical radius are just going to be dominated by the string dynamics. And we can show this a little bit more rigorously. Okay, 5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So we can show this a little bit more rigorously by considering the Nambu-Goto action for a string and a wall, where we can identify the boundary of the wall as the string. And we can solve this exactly, or we can solve this numerically in the case where you have just a perfectly circular bounded, a circular wall that's bounded by a string. And that's shown on the right, where we show different segments or different string bounded walls of different radius. So radius over the critical radius as they oscillate in time. So the dashed segments show a pure string loop of that same size, whereas the solid segments show a string bounded wall of that size. You'll see that for string bounded wall radii that's much lower than this critical radius, that the string bounded wall and the pure string loop oscillate at very similar speeds, typically an RMS velocity of roughly 1/2. But as you crank up the size of the string bounded wall segment, the walls start dominating the dynamics of the string bounded wall. And that is, the wall rest mass gets converted to string kinetic energy, and that can give rise to very relativistic strings. and the motion becomes more and more relativistic. And this becomes more important as the radius approaches the critical radius and beyond. We can see this effect if in the cosmology of the string-bounded wall network. So this infinite string wall network will generally, once it reaches scaling, will grow in size. Its typical curvature radius is roughly the horizon size. And we can show that when this horizon size roughly becomes this critical radius, then the walls will start collapsing in the network, will pull in the string network into the horizon, and will cause the network to basically be a network of string-bounded wall loops of typical size of RC, the time when the whole network is pulled into the horizon. So we can show that from instance looking at kind of a one-scale model analysis of this infinite string network. So the key thing is that this network, the wall string network, collapses at this time t star, which is roughly the time when the universe is at the critical radius. In that case, you have the largest wall-bounded string segments are roughly RC, because those pull the whole network into the horizon, and the network quickly decays. Or the domain wall formation time, because for sufficiently large domain wall tensions, when the walls form, they can already be in the regime where they're dominating the string dynamics. That is, their size is already greater than RC. So which one ever comes first is a time when the whole wall network will decay. And these string-bounded wall pieces will oscillate. And for sizes, for wall-bounded string pieces that are much less than this critical radius, we're just going to get the normal pure string loop power and gravitational radiation, which is roughly this g mu squared from, which can be estimated, for instance, from this quadrupole formula. What about for sufficiently large domain wall-bounded string pieces? Well, we expect that the power in gravitational waves should match that of a pure domain wall network, because the energy, the kinetic energy of the strings which are producing the gravitational radiation is sourced by the rest mass of the wall. And the power in gravitational waves from a pure domain wall network, again from the quadrupole formula and confirmed by simulations from Hiramatsu, as shown in this slide in the previous talk, is roughly g sigma times the mass of the domain wall. And we can do is we can actually confirm that we get both of these regimes by solving the transverse traceless stress tensor of the string-bounded wall system for different size loops, which gives us the power emitted in gravitational radiation. And we see precisely this formalism where or precisely this result for string-bounded wall loops that are much smaller than the critical radius, the power approaches that of a pure string loop, that is g mu squared. Well, for sufficiently large string-bounded wall pieces, the power approaches that of a pure domain wall, which is g sigma times the mass of the segment. So I'll just show very quickly what kind of gravitational wave signature we can get from this system. In this case, we can get effectively a normal string network for string-bounded walls where the walls form and they do not dominate the string dynamics until a time of t equals RC, the critical radius. At that time, which occurs at lower frequencies, the whole network will decay and the spectrum will drop as so. Potentially for sufficiently large domain wall tensions, that t star, the time when the walls actually dominate the dynamics of the string, can be already at the wall formation, and you can get a little bump in the omega gravity wave before the whole network decays. So I'll just conclude with the different an overview or just a recap of the different gravitational wave signals from these types of hybrid topological defects, and effectively when inflation occurs relative to the formation of the defects. And you can see that in all four scenarios, you get different IR or UV frequencies, which can potentially be used to distinguish the gut symmetry breaking chains that have broken down to the standard model. So we see that these signatures may provide very, very strong insight into the early universe and potentially help us understand what is happening at very high energies. What is the true symmetry breaking, the true symmetry of nature? So thank you very much, and I'll end here.
Well, thank you very much, David. So now, question? Any question And please unmute yourself and speak up. Got any hands raised? No.
Maybe I can have one. So can you go back to the first spectrum with the logarithmic frequency?
Yeah.
Logarithm of frequency. So how is that calculated again?
Right, because if you sum up, so power is calculated like basically per mode or per harmonic. And so for the cusps that Mary was talking about earlier, the power goes as like n, the harmonic number, to like the minus 4/3 power. And so when you sum up all those harmonics, that gives you a different tail, for instance, in the UV frequency. For monopole anti-monopole string segments, the harmonic number was found to be a different number, as n to the minus 1. So when you sum up many of those modes, summing up a 1/n, you get basically a logarithmic enhancement or logarithmic dependence in the power. So it's a sum of many modes and the mode number, the mode power dependence, effectively.
Okay, but this sounds, so you also do that for cosmic strings. There's the resummation of modes. But isn't there a lot of extra dynamics in the process? Monopole burst spectrum.
Right. So I mean, there could be smaller scale structure that is entering, for instance, like, you know, maybe you get some sort of cusp or some kind of kinks on these as well. Generally, those are going to be, if they're similar to the pure string loops, they're like an n to the minus 4/3 power. But when you sum, for instance, those up, they're going to have a lower dependence, or the power contribution to them is lower because it's suppressed by a n to the minus 4/3 rather than n to the minus 1. So you could potentially get maybe smaller scale structure as well on this, but like as in normal pure cosmic string loops. But I guess I would expect that that power contribution would be less than the n to the minus 1 power that this group found.
Okay, well, I need to take a closer look at that for sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other question? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, David. Okay. Hi, Laura.
Hi.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, please share it. Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The last speaker for today is Laura, and the gravitational wave emission by superconducting cosmic string. Please take it over.
Okay, so this talk is going to be based on a recent paper that I've done in collaboration with Ivan Rubak, and this has just been published. So, and this is quite a technical paper, so I'm actually not going to focus a lot on the technical details, but on the results. So if you want to see the technicalities of it, please read the paper. You can find it on arXiv. And basically, since I am the last one, I have the advantage that I don't need to introduce a lot of stuff because people already did this for me. So I'm going to be very quick in the introduction. So for cosmic strings, the main contribution to stochastic gravitational wave background comes from cosmic string loops. And these are formed naturally, dynamically in the evolution of the network as a result of collisions and self-intersections. And when these loops form, as was said, they detach from the network and start to oscillate under the effect of their tension. And as a result, they emit gravitational waves. And as they do, they slowly evaporate until they disappear completely. So they generate transient bursts of gravitational waves. We expect that at any point in cosmic history, there's a large number of cosmic string loops, and that these will be emitting gravitational wave bursts in different directions. So the superimposition of all these emissions is expected to give rise to a stochastic gravitational wave background. And this background has a typical shape that is more or less like this. So it has a flat portion in the high frequency region, which is generated by loops that decay in the radiation era, and a peak in the low frequency region that is generated by loops that decay in the matter era, be it loops that are created in the matter era themselves, or loops that were created in the later stages of the radiation era and survive into the matter era. And although this is the general shape of the spectrum, its amplitude and the shape of this peak actually depends on a number of parameters. And to compute it, we need to know basically the number of loops that exist throughout cosmic history, their lengths, and how they emit gravitational waves, so how their energy is spread into different frequencies. Here I'm going to look into superconducting strings. So Witten proposed that cosmic strings may behave as thin superconductor wires. There's different theories that may lead to strings being current carrying, and actually even standard good strings may be current carrying because there are mechanisms of spontaneous current generation even in the absence of external fields. So there is reasons to think that realistic cosmic strings may actually have internal degrees of freedom and be a bit different from the standard Nambu-Goto strings, which have no internal degrees of freedom and move just actually under the effect of their tension. And so if a string has a current propagating along it, this will necessarily affect its dynamics. And by doing so, their signatures may also be affected. And so actually what we looked into this paper is if this is expected to affect their gravitational wave emission or not. So superconducting strings actually behave like elastic strings. So their tension and energy per unit mass are different. And this means basically that there are two types of perturbations that are propagating along the strings. We may have wiggles, which are just perturbations on the string tangent, so transverse perturbations that propagate along the strings. But we may also have sound-like perturbations or vocals that are longitudinal. And these are, of course, related to the fact that there is a current traveling along the string. And the behavior of these elastic strings may be different depending on the relative speed of wiggles and woggles. And in this case, what we did in this paper was to consider that the speeds of wiggles and woggles are the same, so that these elastic strings are transonic. This is generally not the case for superconducting strings. They are not permanently transonic. However, this describes some limits of superconducting strings, and it's useful because of that, and also other situations of interest in physics. But the main advantage and the main reason for this is actually because the equations of motion in this case are integrable, so we can in fact compute what we need to compute. There's other situation in which the equations of motion are integrable, which are chiral superconducting strings, which have null current. However, by using transonic strings, we can go a bit further than null current and consider basically time-like and space-like currents. And basically, this is what we did. So we started first to see if there are impacts of current on the stochastic background. We started by seeing how current affects the gravitational wave emission spectrum. And basically, as Mairi already referred to, there's the emission of gravitational waves from strings comes from small scale structure that they have. So it comes from cusps in particular, which are a standard feature in cosmic string loops, and there are points in which the velocity of string is locally 1. And of course, if we have a point moving at the speed of light, we expect to have a strong gravitational wave emission, and this gives rise to a highly beamed burst of gravitational waves. So, but when we consider current in general, actually cusps can no longer form. So basically, there is a rounding off of cusps, and this may weaken the signal. However, for this case, the case we're interested in which currents are symmetrical, actually the cusp shape may be restored. So we can have a near cusp or a cusp-like point in the strings. The difference here is that the velocity is now going to be subliminal, which of course is going to affect the power emitted in gravitational waves. So in general, this is what we want to compute. So this is the power of the power emitted in the form of gravitational waves. And this power is proportional to this mu0 constant squared, which is related to the energy scale of string forming phase transition. And there is this parameter gamma, which is the efficiency of gravitational wave emission. And this is what we'd like to characterize to see how much gravitational wave power is emitted by the loops. And also another thing we are interested in is to understand the emission spectrum. So how this power is spread into the different harmonic modes of emission of the loop, because loops in general emit waves in different harmonic modes of the length of the loop. And basically you can see from here that basically this amounts to computing these quantities here, which are these integrals that are right here. This is actually what we solve. These integrals are just a convenient way to write the stress energy tensor. So this is the last big equations that I'm going to show. But what we do here basically using transonic strings is to solve these integrals to characterize the gravitational wave burst emitted by a near cusp point. And we did a complete characterization of that. And what we found basically is that the shape of the burst is actually similar and the burst is weaker. This is what we expect in general. But the results we have obtained actually are slightly more general than the results that previously existed in the literature and extend a bit the range of the validities. So if you want to see the complete waveform, please go to the paper. I'm going just to focus on what our results actually mean. So basically, if we look at the power emitted in the fundamental mode of emission, what we see here is that the power emitted in the fundamental mode decreases with increasing current. So basically this F here quantifies how much current is traveling along the strings. When it is 0, we have no current. And when it is 1, current is maximal. And what we see basically is that both for chiral and symmetrical currents, the power decreases steeply when we increase current. And of course, this is this is even faster for symmetrical currents compared to null currents. So basically, there is a suppression of the power emitted in gravitational waves. But we also see, if we look at the power emitted in different harmonic modes, is that this power decreases faster if there is a current than what you expect for strings without currents, or for cusps of strings without current. And this is represented by this blue line here. This is the power spectrum predicted for currentless strings, and we can see that the power decreases much faster when there is a current, and the larger the current, the faster this decay is. And to characterize this a bit better, we consider the particular class of loops. So these are the Burdon loops. So these are loops that have no kinks. So basically they form cusps at discrete times. And we took these loop solutions that are valid for transonic strings and also computed the integrals and the power, and to see what is this impact more precisely. Okay, so for standard loops, the spectrum of emission follows a power law. Here I forgot to write this, but this Q is for thirds. So basically, as we increase the harmonic number, the power decreases as a power law of spectrum. But when we consider symmetrical currents, actually the picture changes a lot. So the decay is much faster, and we actually found that there is an exponential decay of the power spectrum. The points here represent the computations we made, and this blue line is actually a fit by this function that I wrote here on the left. So you may see the fitting parameters in the paper, but this is a pretty good description of what we find. So basically, current does seem to affect significantly the power emitting gravitational waves and makes it decay much faster as we increase harmonic mode. And this is actually good news if you want to compute the total power, because this means that you need to sum over a smaller number of modes. And we actually did that. And what we found basically is that, as expected, the power is indeed smaller. The total power emitting gravitational waves is indeed smaller in this case. Here, the results are written in terms of G plus G instead of F as before. But here, basically, when G is 1, there is no current. It's the other way around as to F. And when G is 0, we have maximal current. And what we see here basically is that for both symmetrical currents and chiral currents, the efficiency of gravitational wave emission decreases quickly as we increase current. So basically, in general, for loops with cusps, we expect a suppression of the power when we consider current. We also computed the waveform for kinks in superconducting strings. Basically, in general, the intercommutations that lead to loop formation and etc. Generate discontinuities in the string tangent. These are known as kinks, and these propagate along strings at the speed of light. And as Mary mentioned, this leads to a fan-like gravitational wave burst. But if we consider currents on the string, kinks can no longer travel at the speed of light, and these emissions are weaker, and this is indeed what we found. And to specify this a bit more, we have considered loops that have no cusps. So these are piecewise straight loops. And these are interesting because this is a solution not only of the transonic elastic string equations of motion, but of generally of superconducting, of the equations of motion of superconducting strings. So basically, in this case, we can actually do the compute. We don't need to assume that the string is transonic to do the computation. And we did that, and what we found in this case is that the power spectrum in this case is not significantly affected by including currents. So we still see a power law similar to the one I showed previously. This is represented by this dashed line, but now the spectral index is 5/3 instead of 4/3. And if you look at the computations we did, basically represented by the orange line and dots, we see that there are no significant deviations from the spectrum. But what we actually see is that, as before, gamma decreases as we increase current. And so current still suppresses the total power emitted in gravitational waves. And curiously, what we found is actually that the same expression, the same fitting function to gamma that we presented before applies to loops with kinks. This applies both to loops and cusps and loops with kinks with different fitting parameters. But what this tells us basically is that since in the case of kinks, the solution applies to standard superconducting strings, this gives us a strong hint that this relation should hold in general for current carrying strings. This is just a hint, not a certainty, but this supports this idea that we should expect in general, if strings have current, to have a smaller gravitational wave power. After doing this, of course, if we want to see what this does to the stochastic gravitational wave background, we need to know how much energy goes into the formation of loops. As Mary mentioned, one thing one can do to extract this is to use simulations. But in this case, we do not have simulations for this. So basically what we use is an analytical modeling. And these are based in the premise that basically, if you know the large-scale dynamics of the cosmic string network, you can estimate the amount of energy that goes into loops. Here you can see this expression. So basically, the amount of energy that goes into loops roughly depends on the root mean square velocity of the network and the characteristic length of the network, which is a measure of the physical size of strings and their average distance. And so we can, if one has an analytic, at least a theoretical description of the evolution of superconducting strings, we can estimate how much energy goes into loops. Another thing, of course, we need to know is what is the length of loops. And again, we do not have simulations for this. So basically what we do is treat the size of loops as a free parameter. And so we have to make assumptions here. And the assumption is that all loops are created at the same size at any time. And this size is given by, is a fixed fraction of the characteristic length of the network. This seems like a strong assumption, but it is not. So if we can use the results we obtain in this way to actually build the spectrum from any distribution of loop lengths, because we can construct, this is assuming that the distribution of lengths is a delta function, and we can construct any other function as a sum of delta functions. So these results are useful, even if this assumption seems rather strong. And from these two, we can simply find that the number density of loops that are produced by the cosmic string networks can be found very easily and is mostly determined by the large scale dynamics. And of course, it depends on the size of the loops we are considering. So to characterize the large scale dynamics, we made use of recent models that studied the cosmological evolution of current carrying strings. And what these models found basically is that provided that there is some energy, some mechanism to dissipate current, and this may be direct leakage from strings, but there are ever other possibilities, networks can evolve in the radiation era towards a linear scaling regime, which is a regime in which the characteristic length grows proportionally to time, and the root mean square velocity is constant. That is characterized by these constants that I wrote here. And standard strings also go through a linear scaling regime, but the values of these constants are different. And these are important to actually determine the number of loops that are produced. Here, I should note that although this is deceptively simple, this parameter K is a momentum parameter which depends on V, so the effect is nonlinear, and so I'm going to show you later how this happens. But what basically this means is that we expect to have the dynamics of the network to be significantly different in the radiation era. But in the matter era, actually, because the expansion rate is much faster, the current starts to dissipate as the radiation to matter transition is triggered, and strings evolve towards a network of standard strings. So what we actually expect from the stochastic background naively is that basically
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. What we actually expect is that the stochastic gravitational wave background generated by the loops that are created in the matter era is not affected. So this contribution stays more or less the same. But the contribution of loops created during the radiation era should scale as this expression here. So it should be affected by the large scale dynamics and by the change of the gravitational wave emission efficiency. As I've said before, so as we increase current, the gravitational wave emission efficiency decreases monotonically. And this actually means that the stochastic gravitational wave background will increase. And this seems counterintuitive, but if loops emit gravitational waves slower, basically they will survive for longer. So they will emit their energy density in gravitational waves closer to today. So an observer today sees a higher background. As to the large scale dynamics, what we see basically is that as we increase current, the velocity of strings becomes smaller. And as a result, this makes collisions of strings less likely. If they're moving slower, they are less likely to encounter each other. Also, the characteristic length also increases, is in general larger than the characteristic length for strings without current in the radiation era. And this means that the networks are actually less dense. And so strings are further apart, so they are also less likely to collide, and less loops are expected to form. However, for large enough currents, the networks start to become more dense than Nambu-Goto networks, and there may be an enhancement in the number density of loops. And actually, this is what we see. So for currents up to very high values in general, the number of loops produced in a superconducting string network is expected to decrease. But for very high currents, it starts to grow very steeply. And so the combination of these two effects, that for most values of current go in different ways, actually means that what happens to the amplitude of the spectrum actually depends strongly on the value of current. So current may increase a bit the amplitude of the spectrum if it is small enough. It may decrease it a bit if it's in the medium range, and it may increase it significantly if it's very high. And so basically, what we should expect basically depends on the value of current, and it's basically a shift of the spectrum that is caused by the change of the characteristic length of the network, but also the amplitude may vary strongly may vary strongly as a function of current. These results are a bit underwhelming in the sense that this spectra doesn't have any distinguishing feature from standard cosmic string networks. So we may find fitting parameters to say that this is the standard spectrum of cosmic strings, but this is a consequence actually of saying that, considering, as we do in this case, that loops are large and similar to the size of currentless strings. Since we don't know the size of loops here, we may allow loops to be smaller. And if we do, basically, we can see that the shape of the spectrum may start to have some deformations for small enough loops. And this is basically because as we decrease loop size, the contribution, less loops created in the radiation era survive into the matter era. And so the actual shape and amplitude of the peak is determined by the loops in the matter era. And so this changes the interplay between these two contributions, and thus changes the shape of the peak. We see this for this case, in the yellow case, which is loops that are for about 5 orders of magnitude smaller than the horizon. And for even smaller loops, we also see that the relative height of the peak compared to the plateau is changed. So these sort of deviations from expectation could be a signature of currents on cosmic strings and may allow us to probe the underlying particle physics scenario. But here I should warn you that these results are very, very preliminary. So, of course, since strings have current, they can also emit electromagnetic radiation and lose current as a result, and this may affect the evolution of loops. And as a result, this may lead to differences in the spectrum. This is somehow a proof of concept. So further detailed studies of the evolution of loops with current are needed before a detailed characterization of the background can be made. So far, these results are encouraging, but we have to wait until the final results. And basically, to sum up, I have 3 main takeaway messages. The first one is that current may decrease the gravitational wave emission efficiency of cosmic strings, and this may have an impact on the background, and bursts may be weaker as a result. Also, the spectrum of loops with cusps is significantly affected by the inclusion of current. It has an exponential decay instead of a power law. And finally, the combination of these two effects may have an impact on the amplitude and shape of stochastic gravitational wave background, and may lead to distinct signatures, but further studies to characterize these are needed. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Lola. Now, any question or comment? You have it. Yeah, please unmute yourself and speak up. Let me check. No hand.
Well, if there's no one else, I have one, which is, so what model, particle physics model, do you have in mind when thinking about?
There's several models. So Witten proposed a U1 times U1 model. There's actually even standard good strings, as I mentioned, can have spontaneous generation of current. So there's many models here that can generate strings with current. So.
Oh, okay.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
You know, if there's some early era of like matter domination or like conation, you can get like bumps, for instance, like in the gravitational wave spectrum. And I think that the like slope of some of these bumps in the spectrum depend on the like this harmonic number, like, you know, n to the minus 4/3 for cusps, because, you know, summing up all these modes can change that power dependence. So could this potentially be a way to distinguish, like, if the strings are superconducting, because you said it's an exponential suppression in the cusp profile. So when you sum up all those modes, you don't really get that different slope.
Yeah, I guess that may be the case. Yeah, I actually never looked into that, so I'm not sure how it is changed, but I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Well, I have a question, a very quick question as well. So the loop and the string effect supposed to carry a current. I wonder, what's this current? Well, what's the static property of this current? Is carry on bosonic mode or fermionic mode or both of them?
Yeah, well, these currents can be bosonic and fermionic. There's different mechanisms. So we haven't made no assumptions regarding the nature of the current when we chose the transonic elastic mode. But this would affect probably potential leakage mechanisms or the type, the equation of states of the actual theory. But here, we make no assumptions regarding the nature of the current. This would actually have an impact on, for instance, the evolution of loops, because this would affect how the current evolves on the loop. So this has to be taken into consideration in more detailed studies, and may also have an impact on the large-scale dynamics of the networks. But here, yeah, we use the model that is integrable and can be used. So it doesn't depend a lot on that.
Okay, thanks.
If I may, I had a question also. Thanks for the talk, very nice. So concerning this possible radiation into electromagnetic or whatever this current is. So, but didn't you or somebody estimate the power into this?
Yeah, this was already done. Yeah, there's paper, I think it's by J.J. Blanco Pillado and Ken Olam, where they compute the power emitted in electromagnetic radiation. I think it is for chiral currents only.
So can't this be a competing?
Yeah, well, these are competing effects, and of course, when you consider those, this changes the way the length of the loop evolves as a function of time, and the current on the loop evolves, and this has to be taken into consideration, and probably introduces some effects on the spectrum. But actually, this emission of gravitational wave bursts and electromagnetic radiation may actually be connected, and you can actually have multi-messenger signals in this case.
Mm-hmm. But for the lifetime of the loops and
yeah, well, that should affect the
can
lifetime of the loops, and also current may prevent the complete collapse of the loop, so they may just stabilize into photons and etc. And this has so this has all of this has to be considered before doing a complete computation of gravitational wave spectrum. These results are just preliminary to see if it's worth doing the rest of the work, and it seems it may be.
Okay, thanks, very nice.
Okay, any more question? No? Okay, we finished all the talks for today, and I'd like to thank the all speakers. Thank you very much. Okay, so now it's time for panel discussion. Marek will lead the panel discussion. All right, okay, are you ready? Yeah, all right, take it away.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that was the plan. So, well, a brief summary, I would say it seemed to me that there's still quite a bit of uncertainty in all of the predictions that we have. I mean, for example, Mary concluded that there's a bound of on the string tension of 10 to minus 15. If you asked me, I would say that anything below 10 to power minus 10 is actually fine. And in fact, 10 to minus 10 fits the nanograph data, which is perfect. So there's some discrepancy there. Then also Oriol and Alex both said the calculation of gravitational waves from domain walls is a little bit problematic. In fact, I'll have a question to Oriol about that later on for sure. Yeah, but then we had some more examples. So there are specific models in which we can say quite a bit. Right, but maybe, okay, so maybe let me actually start with asking my question that I had for Oriol before, which was, so what spectra did you actually assume for domain walls?
For the search, you mean?
Yeah, for the search in data.
For the search on the PTA, we just assumed the broken power law with omega cubed on the log side, and we did the search actually with a free exponent, but with prior that is close to -1. If I remember well, it was between, so omega to the minus from minus 0.5 to 0.1 to 1. I mean, from -0.5 to -1, if I remember well. And but the search then turns out to be not very sensitive to this parameter, because you're just fitting the data when you put the maximum on the data, so you're not very sensitive to that exponent.
Exponent? So what is the high frequency power law?
So in most domain wall simulations, people get frequency to the -1. We did the search with a parameter there that we allowed to vary from -1 to -0.5 to -1/2. But yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, but I was under the impression that this is pretty much coming from the envelope approximation.
Envelope?
In the sense, so this is something you do in phase transitions, where there was this way of calculating the spectrum where you assume that the walls that have collided just disappear.
Yeah.
And then you assume hard spheres that just disappear after collision, and then you get this f⁻3, f⁻⁻1. And it was somehow my impression that this is where this is coming from.
You mean you have a theory bias to get -1?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. This I am. Yeah. This is. It could be it's model dependent. For the simplest models, it seems to be -1, and maybe you can even do this analytic estimates. But there are, so you see in this axionic models with a number of domain wall, with domain wall number that is bigger than 1, the simulations that Japanese group, the Japanese groups did, show that actually at the frequencies a bit higher than the peak, the exponent could be a bit different from -1. Now it's unclear whether this is because the scaling regime of those complex, complicated networks is different, or whether this is just you are collecting some additional power into smaller scales, into smaller distances. That's not easy to tell, but the simulations do clearly show that these exponents takes a range of values, and actually for higher domain wall number, it gets flatter. The spectrum gets flatter at frequencies above the peak.
Okay, but this was done just on using lattice simulations?
This was done with the field theory, simulations. It's one of the 2 papers I included in the slides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so right. So when I said that these better simulations are needed, I mean it's just okay to clarify a bunch of things. I mean it seems in this class of models there can be a significant dependence on this parameter, domain wall number. It's unclear whether this is because it's a different scaling regime, or just you're collecting, as I said, power into small scales. But look, those simulations date from 2010, 2012. I'm pretty sure they can be done better now.
Yeah, to be honest, I would still worry. I remember there were also papers in phase transitions that said that they were trying to do on a lattice just a transition and finding this f2 power 3, f2 minus 1, just as in the envelope model.
Yeah.
But recently that's changed. So there seems to be, for some reason, that's a very common result that you get. But when you do a more energetic transition, go to a more specific, try to resemble the actual conditions that you should better, because you have a bigger lattice and more computational power, you will get a different result.
Oh no, definitely. But then I mean, so more simulations are bigger simulations are needed. No? You agree with? No?
To be honest, I specifically worry about domain walls because at least the way some people use them is that you just assume that domain walls exist for a very long time. So there is a very long scaling period. I don't know, because in a phase transition, that would mean that they are more and more energetic. But with domain walls, I guess also, right? The width of the domain wall is fixed by some other scale, and then you wait for a very long time until the energy density grows, and then you say they decay right when you get a strong signal.
No, I don't think this is the picture. So the point is that the strongest signal comes from the so from when the network is about to decay, because of the tendency of the network to dominate. So this is when this object, yeah, this is when this object is more dense.
Sure.
So this is when you get. So assuming that you are for some period in scaling, then velocities are relativistic, but you are getting denser and denser and denser stuff. So you produce more and more gravitational wave. That's kind of guaranteed. Then the annihilation process, in several flavors. Okay, all the flavors I know of, is a fast process that kills the whole network in 1 Hubble time, basically at some scale. Then in this sense, then if you want, we can borrow intuition from Bubble collisions in a first order phase transition. In this sense, then okay, that's those scalar walls and motions and collisions shut down, but and the gravitational wave then just continue, and you have this omega cube tail in the lower frequency part come in the standard, assuming the standard radiation domination and everything. But yeah, so which is even though this disappearance of your source is sudden, right? But to tell the truth, the motion, the type of motion that your scalar field is doing is extremely different from bubble wall collisions. In bubble, in a first order phase transition, you have bubbles that grow, and so the walls grow and can then collide with others. Here, these domain walls, when the network collides, annihilates, you have Hubble-sized walls that are closed and collapse. So you are putting energy into small scales. Some false vacuum pockets that you produce that you get into in the first order phase transitions are similar to this, but I don't know. It's different. By the way, another thing that hasn't ever been included, as far as I know, in this domain wall network simulations is a possible coupling to the plasma. You can have sound waves also, and so this is also another aspect to. Yeah,
that's very true. I mean, so the reason I worry is that what people are now doing seems to be exactly what you're trying to do in a very strong phase transition, meaning that there is no coupling to plasma, you're just waiting, and then you necessarily have a separation of scales because the wall is quite energetic compared to everything else. That's why you have a large abundance, which is what you need to produce a strong gravitational wave signal. But this seems to be a very problematic region to probe for phase transitions. And the reason this is important is because, so you said that there's this f⁵ scalar, which is true, but that's always true. No matter what the source is, at super horizon scales, you're just going to see f⁵.
Yeah. That's so long as the source shuts down sufficiently fast. Yes. Yeah, and yeah, I agree. But
so to tell sources apart, we need to know what's going on before that, right? Close to the peak.
Yeah.
But you're right that actually, well, including the plasma might change everything like it does with phase transitions and cosmic strings.
Right. But here now, because the model is completely different. I mean, the situation in which the scalar motion is completely decoupled from the plasma is easy to adjust. I mean, it just you couple. There's a coupling that make it small, and then there's a small friction. There's a small right. They can be decoupled, right?
Well, you can probably realize this in a model, but in the case where you would have negligible friction.
Yes, I agree. But this is one place. This is one particular topic that I think lacks simulations. Yeah.
Cool. It probably hasn't ever been done.
And it could be you're right that it could be that it's kind of a negative result in the sense. Maybe, but maybe not. I don't know, because you see, I mean, for further phase transitions, when you have when you're not in the runaway regime, then actually sound waves to contribute quite a lot because they stay for a while, even after the scalar field shuts down, right? So it could be even better.
But it's not really better, right? It scales the same in the end, in the sense that it's still beta over h to power 2. So it's not that obvious if you can really get a big enhancement.
Yeah.
And in fact, maybe it can be worse because in a phase transition, what's helping you is that you have the vacuum pressure. So there is always the bubble will be propelled forward anyways. But if the vacuum difference is small, like in domain walls.
I think that is in the key point. So if you don't have this vacuum difference driving the expansion of the domains, collisions are not that frequent. And if you do a simulation of a domain wall network, you don't see collisions, basically. They are very, very rare. So if you look at simulations, they are not there.
Including the annihilation part.
Well, in the annihilation part, I'm not sure. Just if you let a network evolve,
right,
beyond this initial stage where you just assign randomly the vacuum and it's dense, collisions are not very frequent. These are seen in simulations by many groups.
Sure.
So the situation is very different from first order phase transition.
Yeah, but the most interesting issue here is the annihilation epoch.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And in the annihilation epoch, I think by definition, you are left with closed.
But in that case, they are rendered unstable and evaporate. They do not collide too, right?
They don't collide, but you have false vacuum bubbles that collapse.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Yeah, it's a
so
collapse.
they're vacuum energy driven.
Yes, but the other way around.
It's the other way around. Exactly.
That's
what I was saying. It's the dynamics is opposite from first order phase transition. Even though not so much really, because when you have many bubbles colliding, you also have false vacuum pockets.
Of course.
That shrink. It's not that different in that sense. Well, there's a symmetry. The symmetry is not, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You can think
the pockets are not made of many bubbles, but just one kind of a smooth object that shrinks. But it shrinks and it reaches relativistic speeds in doing so. And
But I would think that the main difference is that in a phase transition, you start with a delta V, which is already big. And that sort of defines the dynamics. But in domain moles, you assume it's sort of negligible for a long while, and then you ease into it. So that's why it would be strange if it ended up being the same, like in the
but if it's small, curvature will dominate the dynamics. Curvature and expansion will dominate the dynamics for a long while if it's small. So it's as if it is not there until it becomes comparable to the Hubble scale or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's
Or
when the
to
assumption that
size.
sort of looks like a phase transition is, because it does kind of look the same, but the scale is very different. I mean, the say relation between the various scales.
You don't here
Even
you
the
don't
time
need this
scale.
thing- you don't need this thing to be strong first order. You remove this aspect, but the pressure still plays a role. By the way, this is just one of the possible mechanisms. The one where the domain wall network annihilates by pressure bias, by a bias in the Lagrangian. There are other mechanisms. But okay, to some extent I think we can. Yeah, I think that they are equivalent. But for this case where the comparison with bubble collisions in a phase transition, I think yeah, I'm not sure I get your point, Marek. So what is your statement or your gut feeling that this
No, I only worry because in phase transitions, so we're sort of initially in phase transitions, people were thinking about the very strong ones, and it kind of looked like it's the envelope result, pretty much. Even doing some lattice simulations, it seemed like that way. Now, the better we can do it, the less it seems like the envelope result is actually reliable. So then, even before you introduce any plasma couplings and stuff, well, when you get a better resolution, the result just changes. So it seems that what we're doing might be very simplified. That's what I'm saying.
That is always the trouble with lattice simulation. When you change the resolution, a lot of things change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem here, I would say, is that you can't really say what's going on because in the phase transitions, you can always neglect the expansion. And so because of that, I don't know what including the expansion would change. But here you probably cannot because this is all happening at a very different scale, right? The walls start feeling very small pressure and then this keeps increasing until they all disappear.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite kind of the opposite regime in that sense.
Expansion dominates the dynamics for a long while in that case.
But in this long while, you are in scaling.
Yeah, you are.
Then the thing to, if you want, the thing to simulate is start from an initial condition that comes from scaling, and then introduce the pressure difference and see how this thing is annihilating.
But isn't that a little bit of cheating? Because you should start, you should start with the pressure being zero and then slowly increase it over time, which would mean that the acceleration would be very slow somehow.
So sorry. So if the pressure is small, so before this this epoch of annihilation, I don't think there's much effect from this pressure.
And you can have the pressure being the same value. What is changing is the length of the radius of the walls as a result of expansion and their tension. So when these become comparable, it collapses, but it can remain constant.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. The value is actually constant. Well, but that's the confusing part because it's hard for me to see how when they become comparable, it just collapses because it's still a very different setup to begin with, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a bit difficult to visualize, yeah. But I think that the best I can do is to look at these few simulations that exist where the annihilation is followed. I mean, and it just happens. I mean, so that has been simulated. It can be done better. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're wrong for bubble collisions. There have been tens or even maybe close to
there are
hundreds.
improvements now, but
Huh?
well, I wonder because it looks like it's the same thing, and then so it will be changed basically. I mean, the same thing in the sense that the simulations are improving, and then you get something else. Yeah. But historically, the two cases look dangerously similar to me.
Is there actually a simulation that finds the f⁻⁻⁻⁻⁻⁻⁻⁻⁻ UV frequency and actually simulates a collapse too? Because I thought the Hiramatsu work, the Japanese work that did the simulations, I think they say they actually don't simulate the annihilation or the collapse, if I recall. They have
various simulations. So one of them, the one that they did for to see the gravitational wave spectrum, had no collapse. It was just they were just following the scaling,
right?
And they got this omega to the -1. But then these guys also did these simulations more in the context of for dark matter to compute the abundance, the axion abundance for dark matter, because this is also relevant there,
right?
And for those, yeah, they did include the bias, and they did it with various domain wall number. And yeah, they worked out the dark matter abundance, but they didn't use those data they produced to extract, if I understand well, if I remember well, to extract the gravitational wave spectrum. If there is a debate on whether that can be worth doing more carefully, let's do it. Sure. Or not. You're saying that it's not worth, but
no, it is definitely, but it seems to me that it's in the problematic regime, in the sense that it's exactly in the case which would be very difficult to do on a lattice.
On the lattice, yeah, could be. It could be.
Particularly with expansion, you start losing resolution in collapse. So you lose a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you need energetic walls, which means that they are very steep compared to the lattice size. So you need a very fine lattice.
Usually people make wall thickness increase to maintain resolution, but this is also problematic to see what happens to the gravitational waves.
Yeah, but this is also
it is on the problematic side. Yeah.
But you're then telling me that this is a challenge.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, but yeah, I accept that, but I don't see the reason why this should all of a sudden change the estimates
for the spectral shape.
For the maximum abundance and these things.
Well, maybe not the abundance and the actual position of the peak. That would probably change by like an order 1 factor. But the spectrum itself is quite sensitive to those.
Okay. Yeah. The spectrum can be
For
fine.
strings is very sensitive to any change in the large scale dynamics, for instance. Very, very sensitive.
Good. Yeah.
So a deviation in a detected spectrum may be a hint that something is wrong with the prediction, but yeah.
Again?
If any deviation in the detected spectrum can hint that something is happening different, but yeah.
Yeah, well, but that's the problem. I think at the current level of understanding, if there is a spectrum found, every model can fit that spectrum, pretty much.
And not just models of domain walls, every model of everything. You have models for
Yes,
every
strings,
slope.
inflation, phase transition, they're all fine.
Especially in PTA, it's such a narrow band that you can put anything there.
Yeah. So it would be nice to, well, have a better grasp of the spectra to try and convince someone that we would actually be able to tell that among the infinity of papers that come out when the first spectrum is discovered, you can actually maybe exclude something.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm no expert on these simulations, and yeah, I think any light from any site can be good, including analytics. So of course, yeah, which might be hard to get. Yeah. So I didn't have time to go through this, but yeah, yeah, I'm thinking about this from analytic side. Not so much for the spectrum for gravitational waves, but for the issue of the primordial black holes. But yeah.
Right. Okay, so you're just trying to calculate stuff analytically. But this is, I was under the impression that this is also difficult. I mean, there was one paper that I know which we did for phase transitions, we did the envelope approximation, but still it was analytical in the sense that you have like 8 different integrals within each other that you have to compute. So you get a closed form expression to some extent, but it's not that easy. It has different problems, basically. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
Was me, sorry.
For these domain walls, though, I mean, isn't the f to the -1 scaling just coincidental with the bubbles? Because I thought the gravitational wave signal is just coming from like the oscillations of the membrane in some sense, rather than the expansion of the actual bubble collisions and the phase transitions. So I mean, that's in some sense can kind of be done analytically or semi-analytically. Like there are equations for like these perturbations on these wall membranes. They satisfy like a kind of a wave-like equation, right? And I don't know if that can be easily done or somewhat numerically analyzed. But I mean, is the oscillation of the walls what's actually producing the f to the -1 spectrum, and it's just coincidental that matches the expanding bubbles when they collide? Or is it, I mean, that's just uncertain at the moment.
So in the strong transitions, what was causing it seems, was purely by your assumptions. So it was, if you have the envelope approximation, then the walls just disappear, right, upon collision. So you get those kinks. And that means that there is a whole lot of energy at very small scales.
I see.
Meaning high frequency. And it seems to have been artificial, because when you include that something propagates after the walls collide, right, scalar gradients or something, then the power law becomes much more steep at high frequency. So I don't, well, in phase transitions at least, I don't really see why that would be so, and the reason was artificial. But it seems that there is, for some reason, well, that is a result that is reasonably easy to get for whatever reason. Meaning that people also got it in, well, just using lattice simulations. So maybe Yeah, I have no idea why. Maybe lattice also does something when you don't have enough resolution, where you end up with f to power -1 for whatever reason. But there I really don't know the logic behind that one. I just know that it has happened.
Mhm.
Mm.
I mean, what's a little confusing is that the f to the -1, like you're saying, is coming from originally like these kind of cusps that form. I mean, that's like small scale structure that's giving you like high frequency. So you would think that, I mean, higher resolution, you would still be able to see higher frequency signals or higher frequency structure. But you're saying like it actually disappears when you look at it from when you do a different analysis.
Yeah. So it seems that you were on the lattice producing the cusps by two coarse lattice. Two big lattice spacing somehow.
Yeah.
So then when you increase the spacing, you see there wasn't really a cusp, there was something smooth. To be honest, I don't know, because I never saw the actual results. I only saw the spectra fitted later on.
But sorry, for the domain walls, you can always cook the regime of a long epoch. Okay, and this is so the waves that are produced during this epoch is the ones that gives you this omega 2 -1, right? And this I think is what David's saying, that this come from the wall motion from walls that move on the Hubble scale. Without, I agree, with no dramatic collisions, neither collapse of things, neither anything. Maybe those lattice simulations are missing some processes like this, but I think these are under control, no? Because these you can put in the simulation as long this scaling epoch as you wish, and in this scaling epoch you get this frequency domain -1.
But to do that, you have you have to increase the thickness of walls.
Yes,
which means that you may be erasing some small scale stuff.
I see.
So you're basically you make, to maintain resolution in cosmological simulations, you increase thickness proportionally to the scale factor.
Right, but if you're telling me that there are no dramatic,
you may be deleting something, in that case, small scale structure and etc. One thing that is, sorry.
But in the regime where this domain wall size of Hubble is extremely big compared to the mass, if I do this mistake for several e-folds, do you think this is a big deal?
In walls in particular, I don't think this would be a big deal, because any perturbation, kink-like perturbation, because there's 2 dimensions to propagate, dissipates faster, I think. So it doesn't stay for so long. But one thing that, at least for simulations of loops in field theory, changing the resolution has changed the behavior dramatically. So they will just decay very fast if resolution is not enough. If increased resolution, they shrink much slower.
So I agree.
Lattice artifacts are very hard to predict.
No, I imagine, yeah. I don't want to sound optimistic, but I think that effects like this can come in the physical situation past this annihilation time. Then there is kind of a drama. There is a change of regime in this network. It changes from scaling to everything collapses.
Yeah.
And everything collapses means that you will put power into small scales. And so this omega -1 can get a bump or something, or change the power. Yes, maybe. But it seems doable. I mean, and
in principle, yes, but somehow it's. I mean, because if you just started a simulation in the say standard case. So just assume, randomly the vacua between different points and have the walls form and then wait for a very long time in scaling. That's not really doable, right? Because you're trying to do a separation of scales sort of by design. And on a lattice, that's not really feasible. Yeah, and on the other hand, if you try to just simulate the time when they start collapsing, and you need something which is a solution to begin with, which brings you back to problem one, I would say. You would need to simulate.
But then wait a second. What is your statement? You're worried. You're worried that doing this finer is going to be back to zero effort a story, no? Or is this the thing? But I don't think it's so the omega to the -1 is kind of it's not robust. This is what you're saying, that during scaling it's not robust because of lattice effects.
Well, I think during collisions mostly. About scaling, I don't really know. But I would say that
this is something that adds power to high frequencies. The drama that happens at annihilation, right? But you have the omega to the -1 from the scaling plus the annihilation. No schematic.
No, but the characteristic frequency at which you switch from whatever it is at high frequency to the f⁵, which is probably also only beyond horizon, that's the collision time, right? Or the decay time.
Yes.
So everything around there is formed by the dynamics that happen when the walls are disappearing.
That's right. Oh. But you can put power into small scales for gravitational waves, no? At that time. So you can increase the high frequency end of the spectrum in a non-scaling way, no?
No, wait, but I'm just trying to say that I don't think the spectrum around that point in frequency is predicted by whatever was happening during scaling.
So I think it's the total spectrum is the sum, no? Is the integral over everything, right? And so yeah, in the extremely sharp limit where I make the domain walls disappear, not collapse, disappear, what you get is the scaling, the omega to the -1. Yeah. Let me pretend the world is this. Okay? I have the walls and then I don't have them, but in a scaling. Okay, you have something that is omega to the -1 with an infrared cutoff.
Okay, true.
Then there's another effect, which is how is this when you start to feel the pressure or the whatever is responsible for annihilation, which is something that is going to make horizon-sized structures of arbitrary random shapes contract. This is something that wants to put power into high frequencies. And so it will contaminate some part of the high frequency.
Not only into high frequency. Well,
not only.
No, well, it may be the case. So if they are horizon sized, they shrink, they may emit in a vast region. This is different from loops, actually, because in this case, if walls are spherical, they do not emit. So it's only we don't expect gravitational waves if they are spherical. It's only perturbations of these that will.
No, they are not spherical.
Yeah, but just as so it's the perturbation size, probably the perturbations to sphericity, the radius of curvature in each point that will determine the scale. So it's hard to guess. They are very weirdly shaped, right?
Yeah, but I would think so. Usually, when you do the simulation, right, you end up with, because the scale of the horizon at the time when the production ceases because everything has collapsed, that's where you expect this f⁻3. So the peak will be somewhere a little bit below that, and that's where all the action is at the time when they are, at their final moments. That's when they're the most energetic. So I would say that you can probably tell the tails far from the peak, but not really the shape around the peak. And if that's the case, then the far tails are difficult to observe anyway, usually, just by the definition of a peak having the highest abundance.
Right. That's also true. That's also true. I mean, so this is very very far from the tail. Well, no, this is important if it makes the spectrum flatter. It would be, but I don't see an obvious reason.
Why would it only matter if it makes the spectrum flat?
No, because then I mean, it would be comparable to the strings case that then this domain wall network is has a sizable amplitude for a longer frequency span.
Right. Well, yeah, it's difficult to predict a little bit. Okay, so I'm being told that there is from the YouTube stream, there was a question, well, very early on, but so the question is, what is the main difference between VOS and BOS models of cosmic strings?
VOS and BOS, that's it. Okay, I can say that. So the BOS with a B is a model just to describe the number density of loops created that was extracted from simulations, and the VOS describes the evolution of the large scale dynamics of the network. I guess that's it.
Right. Cosmic strings. Oh yeah, well, but the discrepancy that I mentioned at the beginning is coming from, well, let's say different modeling of the number of loops.
Yes, yes, it's between the BOS model, the BOS, and the other model by how is she called? Lorenz, Hanschball, and Saclariada. Right.
Yeah, so LRS.
Yes.
There are a lot of
well, I call it model 3. And you too, right? Model 3.
Yeah, which we called in the Lisa review model 3. For whatever reason. Right. Right. So do we have any other outstanding questions? I don't see anything in the chat. Actually, there was no questions in the chat, which is interesting. There were more questions on the YouTube stream than in our chat. So, well, but I guess maybe that means we just have enough time for questions after the talks. So, anything else anyone would like to bring up?
I guess I have a question for Laura. So for like, have you considered the superconducting strings for global strings? And
no, that's why that's why they don't even mention axion strings, because they are global.
Yeah,
and the approximations you use to compute the power emitted gravitational waves do not apply in that case.
Yeah, because you were saying like the efficiency and power of the gravitational waves for the gauge strings is small, but you actually get you get partially enhanced energy density because they're just longer lived, right? And all that energy density goes to gravity waves eventually. But for global strings, you don't have that necessarily anymore. So I imagine,
and even for superconducting strings, you have the electromagnetic bursts that may change this too. But yeah, the problem with global strings is that in that case, you expect that global radiation may actually dominate over gravitational radiation. Right. And actually, we don't know the power gamma in that case, unless I missed. So you may assume it's the same as Nambu-Goto strings, but I can't even, I'm not sure this is a good assumption given how it is derived. So the fact that the energy is not localized within the core makes that the Nambu-Goto action that we use to make these approximations around cusps and kinks to derive the waveforms do not really apply. Yeah, so it's very hard to guess what happens there.
True. There was one paper trying to include, say, 2 emission modes and then just do the integral over time. Right, by Yano Tsui. And well, they make predictions, but it's not clear if the assumptions on emission, well, when do they actually call?
I think that is the most problematic thing, right? So, but since actually the energy is not localized within the cores, there's energy spreading out of strings. It's easier to decay in other ways too, so probably this would dominate.
Yeah, so usually in global strings, people just neglect gravitational waves altogether.
Yeah, which may also not be a good assumption. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
but it's
not
hard
sure
to
how
say.
this can be solved.
Right, yeah, there was, I mean, this goes back to the general issue of boson emission even from local strings, right? Which is also can be problematic depending on what the curvature of the strings is on average.
Yeah.
So there was also at least one paper that was trying to
yeah. And here there's also all these lattice problems, or there's always the question, since lattice simulations do not behave as Nambu-Goto simulations, whether this is physical or a lattice artifact. This is a never-ending discussion in the cosmic strings field, and there is no answer to this because both have their limitations.
Yeah, and it's the in-between that we don't really seem to. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I think I just break in just at that point just to point out that the difference in the behavior between field theory simulations of gauge strings and Nambu-Goto action is not a lattice artifact. It's physics, so it's but it is not understood. It is not understood what the.
I prefer that picture actually because it's better for strings.
Neglected degrees of freedom.
Yeah. I prefer that picture indeed.
No, we should put it in your tweet as well, so that there could be some. Yeah, you could. So what it means is that the bounds on the string tension from gravitational waves are relaxed considerably. So.
Yeah. So that's good for us actually.
Oh, but why bounds? We're hoping to discover them, right? So we also need a non-zero signal for that.
Yeah. That's the other way why we don't, how we maintain our jobs. Either not rule out cosmic strings or discover them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now we have a question in the chat. So it's 1 versus 1 against you two. So there was a paper that said that domain walls in 2 Higgs doublet models with a discrete Z2 symmetry can be superconducting. Would superconducting domain walls evolve similarly to the normal domain walls? And would their annihilation also be different in the case there is a bias term? Oh, okay.
I guess that no, probably they would not evolve in the same manner, but
A nice one. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. I didn't see that paper. So.
Yeah, it's 2110, so last year, almost exactly a year ago.
I missed it.
And it can be superconducting. I also missed it, actually. Well, okay, but I guess the short answer is that we haven't seen that paper and none of us really knows what would happen.
So basically, like what they claim, not really in that paper, but like in a different paper, like in that paper, where they just discuss how photons interact with superconducting domain walls. But in that paper, in their work in general, they have V1 electromagnetic to be also broken inside the domain wall. So that's like how they mean by superconducting domain walls there.
Okay, so basically it just means that they interact, but that is...
It's current carrying or not? Charge carrying?
Oh, by the way, I should also say that, so this is the time when we should end the session for today. I imagine we can keep the Zoom room open and keep chatting, but it's sort of unofficial at this stage on.
Yeah. I will keep learning for next 30 minutes or so, or maybe 1 hour.
Right. Okay. So thank you all for coming. If you want to stay, please do. But otherwise, the conference day is officially over.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I stopped recording.
Right. Similar to normal domain walls. But I wonder why. Because in a Higgs doublet model with a discrete Z2 symmetry, you expect usual interactions with the plasma, but can you say that this is superconducting?
So I can also like just give the link also for the actual paper that describes how, because like in this, okay. So in this paper here, they say that inside the domain wall, in the 2 Higgs doublet models, the also V1 electromagnetic symmetry also gets broken. So they get somehow a charged vacuum inside the domain wall.
Charged.
So V plus is, yeah. So it's actually V plus is not equal to 0 inside the domain wall.
So there is a charge. There's a scalar with that's the charge and condenses inside the wall, no?
Yeah. So usually, like in the 2 Higgs doublet models, you have you have the 2 doublets. The first doublet, like it's just 0 V1 in the in its components, and then the second doublet it has like V plus and then V2 in its components. And usually, like when you consider neutral vacua, you say that V plus is 0. But in their domain wall calculations here, they find out that inside the domain wall, V plus, like the upper component of the second doublet, is non-zero. So they say, okay, that breaks actually V1 electromagnetic symmetry inside the domain wall, and then they say, okay, the domain wall is superconducting. Because like you also break AU1 symmetry.
Right.
Yeah, but that's the vacuum, right? That's in vacuum still.
Yeah.
It's in vacuum, so it's not like there wouldn't be a woggle. Well, there's in the sense that the wall continues to be relativistic, right? For this, but I don't know. I have to read the paper.
Right, but yeah, they don't really seem to say anything really about the dynamics, just scattering solutions.
I mean, the first paper said that it reflects with photons. So, I mean, doesn't that produce high friction and prevent the walls from moving relativistically? And
probably.
Well, not necessarily. So in phase transitions, you also have this. If the friction isn't too big, you'll just end up producing sound waves.
Yeah, but I mean, in the phase transitions, you have the vacuum energy, which will always propel that forward. And the wall, you balance like the curvature force with the viscous, frictional force. And so I think it's like a scale dependent thing, because the wall tension has a sigma r kind of dependence, where r is like the curvature radius.
That happens with strings and walls. Yes,
Yeah.
In the early universe, if they keep colliding, they lose some energy and are decelerated.
Right.
But eventually, this becomes irrelevant to the dynamics.
But it becomes irrelevant because the collisions stop happening, right?
Yeah, they are less frequent.
Right.
The characteristic scale, the characteristic time scale between frictions is very large. So between collisions is large.
But if they keep scattering with photons for the superconducting case, then isn't the collision rate always strong?
Well, generally you assume collisions with relativistic species in walls and in strings, and in both cases, these become irrelevant after some time. Yeah.
Right. Right. Yeah, because there's a T-cube momentum transfer that drops dramatically, I guess, from the temperature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's an interesting topic, but I'm also getting tired. I think I will leave you for now. Thanks again, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye. Thanks.